Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim. Greetings. I hope you've all had a wonderful beginning of your weekend. It's been rather nice here. We're getting pretty good weather in the Northwest. I got to tell you, this has been a nonstop false flag fest today. We're processing all this information from the mainstream fake news, and we're starting to see this fakery going on all over the place, including Europe. London is now experiencing another series of attacks on the heels of the last few, and we're seeing multiple people hurt, allegedly, at least one dead in a suspected terror incident at London Bridge nearby Market. Now, this can't be the London Bridge because that's in Havasu, but a London Bridge is having near a bar has been evacuated, all kinds of things, and everything looks very suspicious. No real pictures of blood, and same with Manchester. Nobody really saw any dead people there, and it sealed the fate of the alleged perpetrator who committed suicide with some sort of a bomb, they claimed, and he was unrecognizable. Isn't that convenient? And then the only picture we have is a Photoshop picture sent to us from MI6 that was somehow taken by Donald Trump illegally. Everything seems so weird. The world of false flaggery is this. You know when a kid cries wolf over and over and over again? You don't believe it when they really are sick. Well, that's what's happening with the false flaggery that the elitists are doing. They're trying to make us fearful of terror so that we would justify a war. Justify another 1,000 people in England now. 1,000 police officers are being manned all around Manchester, and they keep increasing the dimension of the police state in the process without ever producing a single shred of evidence. Now, why do I feel that everyone is a psyop? Seriously? No, everyone is a psyops up to this point. I mean, you didn't hear about the real problem in Afghanistan this week. 97 dead, 400 injured in a bomb attack that may very well be pointing to the ISIS forces that we originally supported. Do you remember when Barack Obama was funding ISIL? Actually funding ISIL in Iraq? Well, it turns out our government's been seeding these ISIS forces, and now they're engaged in unbelievable terror acts that you didn't even hear about. And people really did die in Afghanistan, but the one in Manchester, oh, you heard about that, except you didn't see any pictures. But you go to Afghanistan, the carnage is unbelievable. So we're killing people in third world nations. That's going on. Terrorism is real. But the terrorism, it turns out, is coming from sources like MI6 and Mossad and CIA. They found out that in order to keep their weapons industry rolling along, they need to push false flags out for everybody to believe terror is terrible. It better happen over there. We don't want it to happen here. So they have us arming our country up more than ever before. Donald Trump is planning $1 trillion military budget. No, we're not lagging. Are we lagging? Are we DDoSing? Tell me if the video signal goes down at any time. Have you ever seen an atom? Do atoms exist? Yes. Have you ever seen a false flag? Do false flags exist? Yeah. Look at when they claimed that they took out Osama bin Laden in Abbottabad. All I wanted to see was a picture of his dead body. Oh no. Oh, Obama said we couldn't do that. Well, make no mistake about it. We don't want to inspire terrorism by showing a picture of Osama bin Laden's dead body. We never saw a picture of Osama bin Laden's dead body. How do we know he died there? We don't. What would Mr. Rogers say about this? Won't you be my neighbor? Hey neighbor, how are you today? I have no idea. No, I can comprehend terrorism. I've been a victim of the LA riots. I know all about violence. I've been a victim of violence all my life. But you people are being misled because you're so fearful. And they know they can mislead you by just presenting a little bit of scant evidence. You somehow think, oh, the terrorism, it's increasing. We need more police officers. I don't have enough video cameras watching me, huh? So you're allowing the police state to form. You're allowing 30,000 drones will be flying over our head by 2020. And I don't mean your neighbor's kid. I'm talking about surveillance drones. The world of the New World Order is descending upon the human race, and nobody's doing anything to stop it except maybe us. The people that come here and talk about a third party. We're about the only ones who can stop this. America is one of the... I've got a call. Hang on. Okay. America is one of the key power points in the world. We are being used as 9/11 around the world. And England follows suit because England's being run by the same people we're being run by. The City of London. You're prepared, you're not fearful, good. I'm glad. I don't pierce nipples, no. We haven't done enough to stop terrorism at our borders. I was just discussing the TSA and the incompetence of this group earlier in the pre-show. I can't believe how people are sitting there with newspapers in their lap, masturbating to people coming through rapid scanners, which are presenting low-level radiation in your body, which scientists have found does change and alter your DNA. So while they're radiating your gonads and frisking you and touching your junk, some woman can walk into any airport in America dressed in a full burqa and can pass right through without being touched. How come Donald Trump's allowing that? There have been no changes in the protocols of the TSA. None. They're still allowing people in burqas and full black outfits to walk through without being touched and don't even have to go through rapid scanner. We're letting people come in that could have plastic explosives strapped to their body. You don't get that? Well, the TSA needs to be phased out. I will phase that out. I will bring in plainclothes men and women from the Coast Guard, National Guard. You won't even know that you don't even know they're military. They'll be carrying weapons, but they'll be doing what I think is necessary, which is a simple magnetic scanner, and we'll be implementing new strategies like biometric analysis at the airport entrances. So we'll see people going into the airport who are potential terrorists. And we'll have teams of people that will walk right up to you and go, "Excuse me, sir, are you having a good day?" And the guy will be going, and then we'll scan the guy. We won't even allow anybody with explosives to get near the airport. We'll have the ability to see them with spectroscopic analysis. So anybody with an explosive within 500 feet of a front entrance to an airport will be spotted. So what we need is a much more advanced system that is free-flowing, that you don't have the problems when you go to the airport that you're running into right now. Because right now it's screwed up. I'm amazed you even traveled. And now there's a new thing planned out in the aftermath of the United attack on the Dr. Dong or Tong or Tao, Dr. Tao, where he was kicked, screaming, he was pulled out of his seat. He sued and got a lot of cash in the suit. They settled right away. But now in the aftermath of that, United Airlines is talking about not allowing anybody to have any cell phones on board that are active. So no one can actually see what's going on and how people are being abused in our own airplanes around the country. I don't even know. A lot of you are feeling the Kofifi response pattern, which is to not think about anything and just go back to the Kofifi Trump clown impression, please. Yeah, that's designed to make you think nothing is going on. It's diversionary tactics. I won't fall for it. Sorry. This Kofifi thing is no different, really, than Kathy Griffin putting out the bloody mask thing, which to me, I think Kathy Griffin was paid to do this. I really believe that she knew full well that she was throwing her career away doing this. That no doubt Trump made her a deal. Yeah. I believe that Trump paid her to put out negative crap about him because right after that happened, his approval rating went up 4% points. He went from 37% approval rating to 41 right after that bloody mask appeared. So yeah, it could very easily be a plan by Trump to just create bad press. Don't put it past him. He's capable of doing this. As far as the Kofifi thing, that battery is just a joke. The CIA came up with a fake battery to cover his BS tweet. It's pathetic. And then some people in the alt-right were saying that he has a penchant for for Arabic terms, and Kofifi happens to be something in Arabic that... Well, listen, Donald Trump isn't doing a damn thing to stop the encampments of Muslims in our country. He hasn't even followed through on any of this. In fact, he's continuing the UN resettlement plan that Barack Obama put together. But these types of encampments with armaments are going on in America right now, and he hasn't done a damn thing to stop them.
You know, we've been telling you all about France's no-go zones, hundreds of Muslim-controlled areas around Paris that outsiders and cops don't dare to explore. They chose just to give it up. We have them here in the United States, too. I bet you did not know that. Nearly 24 enclaves popping up across 9 different states. And watch what happens when a stranger or someone else...
Okay, so 24 enclaves. 24 enclaves of Islamic jihadism in our own country, and Trump doesn't do a damn thing. I am wearing pants, yes. Thank you. Well, all I can tell you is there's something wrong here. All this worry about terrorism, they want to arm up. They don't want to solve the problem of people in our own country right now that are arming up. I mean, they want us all to think that we need to have more police in every city, because what they want to do is want to create a massive police state throughout all the world, especially America, and then turn against the individual freedoms of every citizen in this country. And you know how they're getting away with these false flags without any evidence whatsoever in the mainstream media? Well, what happens when they take this to the next level? A whole nother level. What happens when you suddenly hear that, oh, there's riots going on in Baltimore? Well, yeah, just like before. Oh, they're really bad. Oh, and there's riots going on in Chicago. Oh, really? There's really bad? Oh, yeah, they're really bad. No evidence. No evidence. Just false flaggery. Oh, now there's riots in New York. Oh, really bad. Well, that justifies martial law. They could pull a Duterte here. Duterte is declaring martial law in Mindanao. And now he wants to create martial law all over the Philippines. They could do the exact same thing. You want to turn the AI on Discord? Okay. We gave up on Discord when Larry said that he knew somebody who died in Manchester. It's like, Larry, seriously? I thought you were a plant earlier. Now I know you're a plant. you blew your cover, buddy. All right. We're going to get in there right now. Okay, we're in there now. Thank you. You got it. Duterte is not fighting ISIS. He's justifying martial law. He's coming up with another reason to do the New World Order bidding. Duterte is just another heroin addict looking for a cheap fix. Have you seen his eyes? Have you ever looked at Duterte? I call him Duterte. His eyes reveal a very, very messed up mind. I mean, all you have to do is look into the eyes. You'll see everything. The eyes says it all. Look at this guy. Tell me he's not on heroin. And he says he wants to eat Muslim terrorists. He wants to eat them. Duterte, yeah. Look at this guy. He's so high, he's blitzed. He can barely even steer straight. And this is not pot, folks. You don't get those eyes smoking pot. He is in another la-la land. Yeah, he's in the happy world of chasing the dragon. Mr. Heroin Addict now wants to get rid of all of his heroin dealers' competition, so he's killing people. And then the Philippine people are being turned into assassins. Good Catholic girls are being forced to be assassins and take a .22 and blow people's heads off without even a trial. And Trump enjoys him. Trump endorses him. And God forbid Trump invites him into our country along with all the Russians that are controlling Trump right now. Anyway, so how's everybody doing other than that? Yeah, it's a slow opening because I don't agree. We should not in any way sign the Paris Treaty. So I applaud Donald Trump in not signing the Paris Treaty. I was the one that said don't sign any cap and trade treaties whatsoever. Yeah, there are good Catholic Filipino girls who are being turned into assassins right now by Duterte. You wouldn't need grenades to get ready for Y2K, man. Yeah. Well, all I can tell you is there's something wrong with a guy who looks like a heroin addict killing off all of his dealers' competition. And these people are are dying, they could distribute legal marijuana in Manila. They could easily help the people there. In fact, we're finding out that marijuana is super beneficial for people. And being this is an anti-war rally, why don't we just say it like it is? Legalize weed, everybody. There's no reason to keep it from happening. People are benefiting. Kids with seizures are getting CBD oil rolled on their feet, and it's not even psychoactive, coming from derivatives of cannabis. Well, this guy is killing people left and right. Look, in the Philippines, it's got a very long history of very dark practices. I listened to a Filipino woman in my area who told me about what happened when she was in her village. She said that they peeled their skin off if they were criminals, and then boiled them in hot boiling oil till they were dead. So this is not unheard of for Duterte to be this Duterte. It's not unusual. But people are really beginning to wonder, man. How can this guy get away with it? This is the story of the rise of Islam, okay, and how it affected Spain and the end and the Ottoman Empire and how they controlled what happened there. Okay, I'll look at that in a little bit.
Mr. Putin, this week you told a friend.
Here's Megyn Kelly asking questions of Mr. Putin. Now, Mr. Putin denies having anything to do with the Russian involvement in our election. Of course he does. Why would he not? Yeah, let's go there.
French newspaper that Russia is being accused of interfering with the U.S. election by people who lost that election, who don't want to admit defeat. But all 17 of the United States intelligence agencies have concluded that the Russians did interfere with our election, and these are nonpartisan career professionals, Republicans and Democrats alike on Capitol Hill, including President Trump's supporters, and some are your defenders, who have seen the classified intelligence report, have all accepted this conclusion. And even private, nonpartisan security firms say the same, that Russia interfered with the U.S. election. Are they all wrong?
Have you read those reports?
I read the non-classified version.
Публичную, общественную версию.
Or the non-classified version, which is null and void, and who was your tailor?
Okay, he thinks he's funny. Putin thinks he's funny. Here's a guy, a complete puppet for the Politburo, who's literally grew up in his dad's house. His dad was the food tester for Joseph Stalin. A complete classic puppet plutocrat that came to power because Boris Yeltsin chose to make him the leader of that country. And then he's used draconian-style tactics to get rid of his enemies, including what many people believe polonium poisoning, radiation poisoning. I did complain about the Deception Pass bathrooms to Jay Inslee directly. And I told him to get his act together, and now they have decent bathrooms. Yeah. But it took 15 years for them to get straightened out. Anyway, Megyn Kelly is a joke, really. I mean, when she interviewed James Alefantis and acted like it was perfectly okay for a guy to post pictures of a little girl strapped down, duct taped to a table, I thought I was seeing some sort of a nightmare unfold in front of my eyes. When Megyn Kelly did that, I lost total respect for her. Now, Putin is going to make a joke about everything in America. He's going to laugh. He's going to make everything seem like a big joke. This is his game. Let's make everybody look at America and laugh, because we've got a president who's not at the top of his game. Because he is so greedy, he's fallen into the trap of being a honeypot for Vladimir Putin. And they've financed his success over the past 10 years. And when you see his tax returns, you'll probably see that. But right now, we still haven't seen a subpoena for his tax returns from this special prosecutor Mueller, which implies he's completely toothless and unable to do anything. I'm beginning to believe that both the Republicans and the Democrats have been feeding out the Russian trough. This guy's pretending like nothing's happening when he's doing everything to screw up our country. I don't look a bit like this guy. I'm good looking. And he's like, what, 5'6"? I'm 6'4". The point I'm making is not to criticize Putin. It's to make us realize that we don't have the opportunity to have a dictator run our country. We have to make choices. We have a democracy, or what's left of it. And we made a bad choice with Trump. And they're making full control over this. They're using it to their advantage. Now, being my gains have already been noted around the world, and the censorship against me has been well noted, there's only one thing that's going to happen. I will be president in 2020. It's just a question of time. Nancy Schaefer death, yes. I will open up an investigation of the Nancy Schaefer death, into the Seth Rich death. There's numerous cases I'm going to be looking into. Nancy Schaefer was killed with her husband, shot execution style, and they called it a murder-suicide. And there's no way these good Christian people killed themselves. Nancy Schaefer was uncovering the Pizzagate story before it was the Pizzagate story. And there's no reason why we wouldn't reopen her case, absolutely at a federal level. But bear in mind, the FBI may be complicit in the death of Seth Rich. Now, the detective said that he would completely stand down. He said that the order was to stand down on any investigation. Now, the detective that Seth Rich's parents hired unveiled an amazing fact. For our government to shut down an investigation into anything. That's right, she should, you're right. When our country shuts down an investigation to anything, we know there's something very, very suspicious. Well, it turns out that Scissorfight was doing some internet research. He found this FBI report, and I owe his great research skills to this. This trumps anything anybody else on the internet is talking about. There's the Mossad spy out there making statements which no one believes is true. But what Scissorfight found was very interesting. It's an actual factual piece of evidence. The FBI posted missing guns literally a mile away from the shooting where Seth Rich died. Almost the same time that Seth Rich was shot. Now he died in the hospital. They fixed him up, they patched him together. He was perfectly okay. The doctor said, yeah, he'll get a full recovery. They were told to stand away from the VIP place, and they couldn't give him any medical assistance for over a day. And he ended up dying of something, sepsis poisoning, or they put a pillow over his head. God knows what they did to him. But it looks to me like the FBI may be complicit in the death of Seth Rich. From just a layman's perspective, we're seeing enough tangible evidence to link the FBI to the death of Seth Rich. That's a serious allegation, I realize this, but now with James Comey going in front of the American people, you're going to see these people rip into him and try to find some possible flaw in his whole profile. Now, it's possible that James Comey is going to spill the beans on Donald Trump and tell the truth. But it's also possible they're going to somehow imply that he's the head of a corrupt agency and he himself is corrupt. So you're going to see our country literally eat itself alive in the next couple of weeks, and it's not going to be pretty. Tucker, we don't give him any time here. Tucker's a joke. He's not even funny, and he's not even a funny joke. Why they gave him that role of Bill O'Reilly, I don't know. He doesn't have the charisma Bill O'Reilly has. It's ridiculous. The ratings are going to plummet, so I'm not going to give him any time here. Bottom line is Kathy Griffin did something horrific, but it's calculated. She threw her career away, and I think that was calculated too. I really believe she cut a deal with somebody to do this, and it could be Trump. Trump very likely could have said negative press about himself because remember, like I said, his approval rating went up 4 points right after that picture of a bloody mask appeared. Very strange. And remember, he wants to divert our attention from the Russian involvement. Trump will do anything he can to keep our minds away from it right now. And the two parties are going to do everything they can because they're complicit in the Russian involvement. So I wouldn't be surprised if this entire thing they try to sweep under the rug and it continues to bubble on the internet. I really wouldn't be surprised. I'm beginning to think our country's been taken over by Russia. Yeah, there's dead images in the news from London. Yeah, let's take a look at them. Let's take a look at how authentic they seem. Yes, your guest name is lovely, 4204. Now, I don't pay anybody to troll me at all. I believe that Kathy Griffin could have been receiving money from Trump. The way she's talking about Trump, it's like they're having private communications. She claims they're threatening her or something, bullying her. I mean, show us the transmissions, Kathy. Really? If you want us to believe that Trump is bullying you, show us the bullying, okay? Reveal the whole thing. She won't, because I think she's being put up to do this. I think that Trump knows he's in deep doo-doo. Even as an attorney, can't even defend him because he's doing he's involved with the Russians on another case. So he's going to have to look for another attorney, and Michael Cohen, he's under investigation. So Trump knows he's in deep doo-doo. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if he did something radical. Now, remember, this is a guy that said when his top 3 casino executives died in a helicopter accident in 1989, he said, "This is great press." That was his comment. Here is the article from 1989 where his 3 top executives died. But you won't get that story that I just said, "This is great press," until you dig real deep on the internet, because they're getting rid of it. So he lost 3 of his aides, 5 people, all included, 2 pilots as well, were killed when a helicopter crashed in Pine Woodlands. Trump was going to be on that helicopter, and he decided to go on his own private one, separate. Anyway, I'm not saying he did anything to kill these people. I'm saying this accident happened and his response was, "This is great press." That's a fact. Seeing that pic of Kathy and Trump together speaks volumes. You're right. Yeah, I saw that yesterday. Yeah, let's see if we bookmark that. He's known Kathy for years, so they could easily be working together to raise his image and to make people feel sorry for him. Oh, he'll stop at nothing, I'm telling you. Sociopaths don't care about others' feelings. That's right, man. And if he said that it was great press in response to 3 people dying, that's pretty damning information. That is really weird. You know, one of the most important utilities that I have, there it is, it finally works. It takes a little longer on Windows 10 than it does on Windows 7. Yeah, I didn't copy that one with him and her. We've got him doing a lot of things. We've got him working on his golf game. Pretty funny. Okay, back to you. Yeah, it is amazing. You can go back to the New York Times article and still see it. This was archived in '99. Yeah, I was on the internet in '85, but it was mostly bulletin boards. It was very, very scant. All right, that's not funny. Coming up with fake breaking news stories, you're kind of grasping at straws there, buddy. Okay, moderate Muslims on Al Jazeera react to the London terrorist attack. They have friends who should see this video, share them. You see, I don't know what to believe anymore. A lot of this stuff is just BS. I'm not going to even bother with half the stuff I'm seeing. I did use Napster. Yep. I cannot do a Trump clown impression. I'm not a clown, and I don't do Trump impressions. I don't have the nasal congestion he has. I found out the reason why I couldn't do his impersonations was because I didn't have enough kofifi. I was suffering from a lack of kofifi. I don't have herpes. Thanks for asking. Yeah, Napster in the early days when it actually worked. Oh, you've got a man lying down on the ground. He appears to have canisters strapped to his body. Okay. London Bridge is falling down, falling down. Okay. Let's move this. It was making me feeling very kofifi. The Guardian. London attacks, incidents at London Bridge and Borough Market confirmed as terrorism. Live. Oh, okay. Now, this is just people being told to lay down. There's nothing, no substance to this at all. This is a joke. Photos of a man with canisters strapped to his body. There he is. Pictures have been circulating showing a man on the ground. He appears to have canisters. The Guardian is showing his face until his identity and connection. And you notice the man next to him does not have a bomb shield on. Do you realize how dangerous it is to actually stand next to a person without a bomb shield on? This is absurd. Nobody would even get near. Look, I had an attack on my home by a person threatening to pipe bomb me. And they didn't get within 100 feet of the package that was on my front door without the bomb unit, the robot, called in. There wouldn't be a guy standing there next to a package, the guy strapped, unless this is all make-believe. This is never the case. You never see this ever. This is absurd. This is not going to ever happen in real life. You never would get close. Police protocol is to stand at least 100 feet behind the incident and wait till backup and the robot comes in and touches this. This is absurd. And if we have any law enforcement personnel in here who are listening, they know what I'm talking about. Maybe Officer Mo would confirm this. Officer Mo, if you're here. He likes our show. Okay. So Gawker had a massive settlement with Hulk Hogan. You probably heard about this. Hulk Hogan sued and got a lot of money. They reached a $31 million settlement recently. Oh, this is old news now. Okay, good. I heard it went up. Yeah, he settles a $140 million Gawker verdict. $31 million he's going to get. That's nice. Yeah, well, I mean, they trapped him. They put him in a situation where he had to, he was with his friend's girlfriend or something. The IRS is going to collect big on this one. Okay, I had to bring up that information. A lot of these companies that are going to go under because of their mouth, lawsuits like that will take a company like that and bury him. Oh yeah, I'm an expert in many things. What would you like me to talk about? I'm actually not an expert on anything. Cooking to politics, yeah. Yeah, you're not banned, man. Welcome to the show. David's an expert at talking. I talk every night. That much I do well. I don't think this show would even be around if Megyn Kelly had to handle this show. She couldn't hold these unbelievable hours that I pull. We saw a man earlier die on camera. A meth addict was literally pulled aside, and he was having a heart attack right on the screen. And he asked for assistance, medical assistance, and they beat him up. And he died.
Don't you move! Don't you move! Put your hands up! Put your hands up, man! Move! Please! Hold it! Come on, man! Hold it right! I'm in trouble, man! Oh, shit! Oh, hey, bro. Stop fucking resisting. Stop resisting.
I can't watch any more of this crap. I'm sorry. They just bashed his head in while he's having a heart attack. I'll give you the link. You can look at it yourself. It's too much for me to handle right now. He died from the actions that were committed against him. Now, in my area, they had a $6 million lawsuit settlement when they killed a guy in the jail for not giving him any water in 2 weeks. He had only a gallon of water to drink in 2 weeks, and he died. And the family won a $6 million settlement against the sheriff. The sheriff never apologized. Hey, the guy was on methamphetamines, but he was mistreated, okay? And he was presented with having problems with his breathing and heart, and they're kidding him, and they're knocking him down. Police protocol has got to stop when it takes people down like this. We got to change what we're doing. If you walk up to a guy who's just, enjoying his day, sitting there with his vape pipe going, "Hey, dude, what's going on?" He's not going to want to be manhandled by a bunch of freakazoids. Cops who are engaged in violence. It's not going to happen. This kind of guy is just going to, chill. He's going to sit there and chill for about an hour or two, or 3 or 5 or 10 or 12. Good evening, Mystify Me. Hello. Yeah, it's a heart issue, but it's more than that. It's called beating up somebody who's having a heart attack. He needed medics more than cops. You're right, chat room celebrity. Yeah, and good question. You were looking at the New York Times ad. How do both rotors break off in mid-flight? I'll bet NTSB has a silent gag order on that. I bet the NTSB won't even talk about that crash of a helicopter. Seriously. New York Times crash. Copter crash. Yeah. Here she is, Sarah. And I've got another picture behind you I want to bring up. It's the... and I'm not in Facebook yet. It's sometimes we have like too much going on during the show, but we are in Periscope, but I haven't gone on. Let me go over there. And we're not on Ustream tonight. Today is June 3rd. Okay. Today is June 3rd.
Sure.
Okay. Today is June 3rd. I'll do it. I gotta mute this first. Okay. Today is June 3rd. I'll do it. Thank you. Okay, hold please. I'm going to do something, folks. Thank you. Okay, we're up and running now, and do a little adjustment here to the background. Right. One more thing. I want to go to Facebook. It's my pleather. Yeah, this is my pleather shirt. I'm going to go to videos, and I'll just click this one. Is that how I do it?
No.
I go to...
Why isn't it live? Oh, it's because you're not live. So
Oh,
you would.
I haven't gone on.
Live,
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, we're going to go on Facebook now. And I'll hit refresh.
And then you have to change June 3rd to here.
Got it. Okay, 3rd. We'll get this down.
Start broadcast.
We'll do this. It's just a new process. I don't have that link, Alducci. You got to redo it.
And then you have to.
This is not a leather coat. This is a fabric
He's
coat.
talking about what I'm wearing.
Oh, okay.
You need to then, I don't know, refresh.
Go
or
to
something.
videos.
Videos. Yeah, go to videos. Scroll down
There I am.
and scroll down. And then you can click the one that says live.
Oh, and then I can go
so
to it.
that you can scroll down actual chat. And then you have
There I
to
am.
click this and scroll down.
Okay.
And then you can click the one that says live.
Oh, and then I can go
so
to
that
it.
you can scroll down actual chat.
Cool. All right, and then we got to give them that link. Is that the link I give them?
Yeah, but why would you give it to people that are already watching your show?
No, I wouldn't. But obviously, we need more people watching our show, so we're looking at all angles, any angle we can come up with. Okay, I'm almost ready
You
to.
also have your YouTube chat,
Yeah,
which you might want to monitor, because there are people that come in every once in a while on
that's
there.
true. Yeah. Your name is Power J. Yeah, we see that. Okay, and we'll go to YouTube now. That's not refreshing.
That's fine. If you go scroll below, then that's fine. You can.
And there's chat over here.
It's like you write something here,
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
and this is not the chat. So
No.
click this. It's just.
So I wrote, hi, guy. Hello. Okay.
No, if you want to email these people and tell them you're live, then you could. But
No. And YouTube is just.
YouTube, I usually do youtube.com,
Mhm.
and then usually it shows up with the live one, your current live stream,
And just click on it.
and then I click on that. You could.
No. And YouTube is just GeoShifter.
See, every once in a while you have people, and then
Wow.
you have to communicate with them.
GeoShifter thinks he's a flat earther, and he thinks that the Earth is flat. Wow. Real video, real people were at this event. Bingo believes that the London Bridge attack was going on during this event. This is the real people. June 3rd.
Hi guys. We're in a restaurant.
We're in a
and
restaurant.
We're in lockdown
Yeah.
because there's just been an attack
On the bridge.
on the bridge where we're getting dinner tonight.
About a block away.
You're not in the shot.
Sorry.
I'm terrified. There's police right outside the building.
They seem delighted, yeah.
Hey, get move!
What's up?
Okay, well, this is 6 minutes of people having a good time outside of an alleged terrorist attack. So, again, we're looking for real people with real evidence, not just real people. Nice try, though, Bingo. I'll look at that later. Oh, yeah. Okay. When will the fakery stop? When will they keep coming up with reasons to start wars? What is it all about? We'll get to that later. Sarah's going to give you some time to find out about American history and do some
And
trivia.
then I would just rotate through these.
Okay,
I don't know where the mouse is. There it is. But this isn't seeming to work.
hit it. Okay,
No.
battery went dead.
That doesn't work. There must be a dead battery. But then I rotate through and say,
It's funny, these Radio Shack batteries we got, I checked them out. They were all like barely in the green. It's like no wonder they were selling them for $1.80 for 8 of them. In the green, do.
and then I rotate through. That way you can see if people
Okay,
do chat. But then this one you have to click view broadcast.
let me take control of the mouse.
And then you'll probably have to mute this one too.
Wow, this mouse is dead. That is weird. Huh,
Might not be plugged in or something.
I don't know, I thought it was plugged in.
Or it's because you have this clicked open. Try now.
No, it seems to be dead. Yeah, it doesn't even want to have a... Is it possible all the batteries at Radio Shack when they close down are bad? That's pretty funny.
They sold us all bad batteries.
You gotta wonder, I mean, geez. The company finally just went under.
I don't have any batteries for 6.2. I don't do what you're implying.
I'll check the battery right now. I've got a checker.
No, I ate some liverwurst today. Liverwurst. There we go. Okay. And they sold bad wireless headphones too. No wonder they went out of business. Of course, I can't take them back because it was on the out of business sale.
No, these are great batteries.
So it must be something to do with the mouse.
Yeah. I'll turn it back on. Maybe we'll reset.
It's not good to throw batteries off a bridge.
It's weird.
It's not a good thing. All right. I have way so many things open that I don't know what to do.
I wish I knew too, because I've got to start. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to come back in and I'm going to start working on them.
Yeah,
I'll put them in Delicious.
Misanthrope says, get ready to have more rights eroded. Politics for Dummies asks my thoughts on the London terror attacks in London. And yeah, well, actually, I think it's real leather.
That remote is not plugged in. Wherever it went, it's just not, doesn't have a host.
Okay,
it's very
so
strange.
I guess that's why it wasn't working.
Yeah. That's very strange. That is weird.
All right.
Really weird. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there's one in there. When I pull this out, is your mouse working?
My mouse?
Yeah, is that working now?
No.
Okay, that was the one I needed. Okay.
Okay, it's not flattering the jacket. See, the jacket doesn't look good on me. Well, I have to get a different.
That's the wrong mouse. I asked you. Is that your mouse?
I asked,
working?
and I said it wasn't. Now it's working.
It's working now?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to put this one
What
in.
I'm using the different mouse, David. To get
I got
the
you.
dead
Okay, I
one
know
is
I
over
got
there.
that. I'm gonna try mounting this mouse in this socket. It may just be a failure. Like a system failure.
Thanks. As technical difficulties.
Let's see if that recognizes it now.
Yes.
Yes, it does. Okay, it had to reset. I'm good. Thank you so much.
We're putting a mouse in. So now that we have dueling mice. Not all nerds look bad. I probably look bad because I didn't do any dress up for you today. I didn't do any makeup or anything of that nature. So, anyway, today is Saturday. Thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, the jacket's not that great, I guess, but I don't want to. I'm just wearing like a long sleeve t-shirt underneath and with an insignia, and I'd rather not be that. Yeah, sure, 651, I could be. No. Ab, you're here for America, not for me. Gotcha. Thank you. Marquis Maricon, I don't go to the gym. Bingo, save your links for David. Not yet, 340. I like you too, Ab. As a brother. I know, Rex. All right, let's move on. Let us play some trivia, shall we? I think that sounds like a lovely idea. Take out my hair. That will be better. So it's Saturday. Ooh, let's do some physical science and mathematics trivia. Thank you, 651, and bookmark our site right here. Make sure you bookmark this page so that you can come back, not tomorrow because I won't be here, but the day after tomorrow. And then you can come back all the time. Hello, Monkey M. Thanks for joining our Periscope. Right now I'm going to do, of course this is usually a political chat, but when I'm on, I'm going to do some trivia. And the trivia tonight is physics and mathematics. And tonight, for now, the answers start with the letter M. In astronomy, what is the planet closest to the sun? It's named after the fleet-footed messenger of the Roman gods. Because of its swift movement in its orbit, it only takes 88 days to go around the sun. It's sometimes visible from Earth as a morning or evening star. Cookie is correct. Rex is correct. The thing with teeth is even correct. Mercury, and so is Sabra. Mercury is the answer. All right, let me move some chat over so I can see everyone if they do decide to chat with me. I believe that, like Mercury, that the Earth is a sphere. Turn the beat around. Thanks for joining my chat room. I like your username. Cute. All right. Next. What is the basic unit of length in the metric system? It was originally planned so that the circumference of the Earth would be measured at about 40 million of these. I didn't know that. That's kind of cool. All right. Have fun with your wife. I'm very close, Cookie, but Rex is correct and 880 is correct. And 650. Meter. It is a metric system, but it's meter rather than centimeter. Today, the meter is defined to be the distance light travels in 1 out of 299,792,458 seconds. Interesting. All right. Super fast. What is a system of measurements in which the basic units are the meter, the second, and the kilogram? In this system, the ratios between units of measurement are multiples of 10. For example, a kilogram is 1,000 grams and a centimeter is 1/100th of a meter. Correct. 880, 123, Rex and Sabre. It is the metric system. Hello, Lauren Slaughter. Thanks for joining us on Facebook. Virtually all countries of the world except the United States use the metric system. Among scientists, the metric system is called SI, an abbreviation for System International, which is French for International System. Robot companion battle, R2-D2 versus K9. Who would win? You be the judge. K9. I'm thinking K9 is a dog. I don't know the robot K9. Hello, Hunty 2010. Thanks for watching us on Periscope. Is it okay that I call people out like that? I don't know the Periscope protocol. Or should I just not and wait till they actually type something? Maybe I'll just wait till they type something from now on. Hi. Okay, hi, Hunty. All right, new clue. What are magnetic waves with a wavelength on the order of a few inches? They are longer than infrared radiation and shorter than radio wave. Oh, Doctor Who's dog is canine. Okay. They're used extensively for communication, both in satellite television and in the transmission of long-distance telephone signals. 880 is correct. It is microwave electromagnetic rays, microwave rays. In a microwave oven, food is often cooked by the heat generated when the water in the food absorbs microwaves. Hello, Eric Vernoli. Hola, ¿cómo está? Oh no, Sarah is frozen. Hey, Hunty. Yes, well, this show, the Periscope, is... I'm hanging out, and we are America's Third Party, and there's a guy that is running for president, and I give him little breaks, and while I give him breaks, I do trivia, and then he'll be back pretty soon, shortly. How are you tonight? Oh, from Chile. Awesome. Are you in the... Exactly, Hunty. Yes, David is not a Trump fan at all. But he's also not a Democrat. We started America's Third Party. And David has some really good ideas for America. You can find them out at our website, americasthirdparty.com. And then he'll be back on the show. We decided to branch out. We've been video blogging for quite some time, since like 2008. And just recently, in the last week or so, we decided to branch out to Facebook Live and to Periscope and try casting on those sites as well as YouTube Live and those. So it's a new venture for us to go on Periscope, but I think it'll be fun. I don't even know, like, anyway, I'm glad you're here. Yes. All right. Well, we definitely need, you can, one thing you could do to get the message out is you can share the Periscope link with your friends on Twitter. So that's one thing you could do. That would help get the message out. That would be fantastic. Well, David does have, so we were looking at the border, and Marquis says you like David's idea to use, I don't know if it's not, I'll have to ask David what kind of signal he wants to use, but it is some kind of signal that they use in the military to return to along the southern border and people, if they get too close, it's like starts to hurt them, and so then they move away. Muy bien, Eric. I'm very well. ¿Y tú? I am in United States, and this is America's Third Party in the United States. Oh, yes. Now, the one thing, Hunty, that you'll have to know about David is that there is some discussion about different conspiracy theories. I'm not a conspiracy theorist myself. I tend to... it is microwave that David wants to use. Maybe it is. You're probably right. I'm not a conspiracy theorist myself, but there's lots of people that watch us on our Von Live show that either tend to be, or I don't know how David became a conspiracy theorist. Do I call him a conspiracy theorist? I don't really know if I call him that, but bien, very good. How do I say thank you? Muchas gracias para not Leah, but watching us. Yes, exactly. I agree with you, Hunty. Hunty says he doesn't believe in conspiracy theories, but he does believe there's a lot of incompetent people running things. That's one of the things I see. You know, a few years ago, I ran into someone who we were talking about the government, and they were saying, well, you know, there's a lot more intelligent people trying to solve things than us. And I'm like, wait a minute. I'm pretty intelligent. And when I look at the people running governments, I can't necessarily say they're more intelligent than I am. In fact, I often don't think so. Thank you, Hunty, for stopping by. Hopefully you share our Periscope link, and have a good night. You sent David a friend request on Facebook. I know David doesn't like to accept friend requests, but one thing you can do is you can like our Facebook page. How do you say watching, Eric? Como se dice watching? Oh, thank you. Muchas gracias. Politics for Dummies is correct. Are there fake events created? Probably. Is every world event fake? Unlikely. Well, bingo, I know, but I'll accept friend requests. How about that? You can friend me on Facebook. Facebook.com/thirdparty. Hey, Jan, thank you for sharing our show. I appreciate it. That's awesome. Okay. Yes, we have an old Facebook. Not that we nurture all of those social media outlets. And David thinks that's because, anyway, David thinks we're being censored, but I just wonder if it's because we don't nurture our social media outlets. New clue. The galaxy to which what is the galaxy to which our sun belongs? It's also the swath of light in the night sky produced by the other stars in the galaxy. Correct. 1, 2, 3, and 650. And Rex. Correct. Milky Way. And the candy bar was, of course, named after it. Yep, those are David's photos. Yeah, that's his MySpace. David does have a MySpace. Old school. You think the candy bar came first? I hate to break it to you, that's not what happened, but that's okay. Yes, I agree. Cut back on customization of profiles. What's a sonic screwdriver, Frankenstein? Is that like with Sonic the Hedgehog? So I'm going to go with, I don't know what a sonic screwdriver is, so I don't know. Oh, muchas gracias, Eric. Habla inglés? In statistics, what is the most frequently appearing value in a set of numbers or data points? It appears more often than any of the other numbers. correct. 256. Mode. All right, thank you, bingo. I can figure out what a sonic screwdriver is. Multifunctional fiction tool of the Doctor Who and its spin-offs. Acoustic and electromagnetic energy dysfunction. This is all Doctor Who trivia. Okay. My thoughts on the public school system. I personally like the public school system, but that's probably because I'm a little what's the word? Oh, thanks, Hunty. Oh, thanks, Corey, for liking us. Partial, I guess. I believe that the public school system does the best it can with educating the American public. I believe that I think that teachers do a great job, and I do feel like there are. Now, David has a lot more things to say about the public school system, because he doesn't like wasted money.
Well, like we pay $7 billion a year for the TSA, and $7 billion a year we're paying other military operations and people that could be doing their job. So why not combine the two? There's certainly people that are in our military right now that could work at the airports in their cities that they're in.
Right.
Why are we employing the TSA workers to do what the U.S. military does right now?
We're talking about the public school system.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm just thinking of ways of saving money, especially in education. Yeah.
Yes. I think any way of saving money is good.
Betsy DeVos wants to turn all that money.
Sarah, and
Yeah.
this is David. That's David.
Betsy DeVos wants to give away all the money that we currently give our public school system. She wants to give to the Gulen system of charter schools. She doesn't even know who she's giving the money to. She just wants to give it to charter schools. And these Gulen charter schools are actually breeding grounds for terrorism. It's weird. I mean, and she doesn't even understand that. She's all about making money on schools. Donald Trump was bribed by her to give her the job. I mean, we need to prosecute these people. I don't get this. Yeah, you probably are Russian right now, living in Russia, threatening to move to Russia when I become president. Wow. It's breeding grounds for terrorism, yeah. The Gulen schools are just one of many that are charter schools that are now going to be heavily funded by your tax dollars. I mean, how upside down is that?
I personally think that there can be more work with, at least with the high school, with businesses and what they need for workers, and there should be a closer connection at this district. At our local school district, they have a really great career and technical education program, or toll program. I think that those kinds of things need to be looked at more heavily. So, for instance, hey Jeffrey, welcome to our Periscope.
Hey Jeffrey, wow, cool.
Okay, so I personally think like the CTE programs, career and technical education, is really beneficial. So, for instance, ours has we have not only shop and wood shop, auto shop, wood shop, robotics. They also have nursing and and culinary and ROTC, and they have amazing programs where kids can go right into a career after they graduate.
In Germany, they have the gymnasium. If kids don't cut that, they get their education in mechanics or something, practical.
I think teaching the primary subjects is important, and that's especially in elementary and middle schools. The primary subjects are vital, and there's a lot when you're talking about an elementary teacher. I personally like the Common Core. I know there's a lot of people that don't like it because they think it's a way for people to indoctrinate people into certain areas, but really when it comes to reading, teachers can choose any book that they want to teach reading. It's about teaching kids to think critically and teach and read more critically.
Well, I'd like to see life skills taught to kids that are not just, for kids who are barely functional, but even balancing your checkbook, finding bargains.
Yeah,
I mean, these
Jeffrey.
are talents that you learn in life when you get burned. Say you have overdrafts in your checking account. Why did that happen? Because you didn't learn mathematics to handle your own personal finances. So,
I worked for a flower shop in high school. They called it learning a living. Ooh, I kind of like that, learning a living.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, here they call it career and technical education, or CTE for short. I like those. And teaching, I do agree, like, yes, the primary skills are essential, but there is value in teaching kids to garden, like things with teeth says.
Yeah.
And teaching kids to recycle and compost, and those kinds of things are valuable. And teaching interpersonal skills, getting along with each other, is valuable too.
I want to reiterate that somebody just said I couldn't hack school. I was a 4.0 graduate from high school. I was the #1 student in my entire class, the 770 students. I managed to go to my first year at UCLA with a small $100 stipend I got for being an honor student. That was the only spending money I had that entire year, is the $100 UCLA gave me for being an honor student. And money I had inherited from my grandmother. And that was it. It's just a small amount of money. That was all I had. I just had a small amount of money, and that was it. And I could only cover 2 years over a 10-year period. I mean, it was a struggle. So I just said, hey, this isn't worth it. But I didn't like the indoctrination. I didn't like the communism that they were teaching there. And I most of all don't like the fact that now it's too expensive for you guys to get an education. I don't like that. And I was the victim at the early age of 17 of this type of discrimination against white people. And I'm not in any way racially motivated by saying that Hispanics and minorities are getting a better deal with affirmative action.
Jeffrey left ASU. He said he was a 3.5 GPA, but he wasn't mentally ready for college.
Right.
Actually, more and more people these days are taking a year break between high school and college. And that's cool. You went back at 28 and you got your BA in business.
Good for you,
David,
man. I tried to go back at 28.
Of going back.
I did try to go back at 28, and then I ran into the same wall of communism and lots of hardship. No parking. Parking was ridiculously priced, and the whole thing was a nightmare. Anyway, I had a nightmare last night about college. I woke up this morning saying, Sarah, I was trapped in a college. And I couldn't get out, and I was looking for my wallet. It was gone. And it's like, whoa, if you're trapped somewhere without a wallet, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Without any money.
I went to...
Symbolic.
I kind of took a break after high school.
Yeah.
Took quite a big break.
Yeah, well,
and then,
a new life, really, yeah.
And then I went to a community college. I think I took a couple years off. Then I went to community college. Then I took another year off. And then I went to the university. And then I graduated magna cum laude, Bachelor's of Arts in Education.
Yeah, you did great. Wow, you're an amazing student. She graduated top of her class in college. I would not give illegals driver's licenses. No, I would not encourage states like California to give them driver's license. I would say that illegals shouldn't be able to drive.
Did you hear about the mess at Evergreen State College? I did hear a little bit about it, Jeffrey.
What happened?
There was like a lockdown.
Oh, really?
And yeah, I mean, I didn't do too much. I have to say, no, I can't say that here.
Well, let's ask your question. If you were an illegal alien and you were driving with a driver's license in California and you wanted to go vote, you'd be able to vote with that system. And as long as they let people with driver's license vote, even if they're illegals, I have a problem with it. So no, I don't think illegals should get driver's license. Not rounded up, no. I think self-deportation is something that Romney said was possible. I laughed at the time. I didn't realize that. What he really meant was they lose their jobs, and then
threatening 911 call on June 2nd.
June 2nd, there was a 911 call. What happened?
And also there was protesters were calling somebody racist, the dean.
Yeah.
And then there was somebody, there was a direct threat, and they were closed yesterday.
Okay,
Thursday
Evergreen
and
College.
Friday.
So direct threats to our local Evergreen College down in Olympia, and there was another bombing, a shooting or whatever. No corroborating evidence to back up this thing in London. We're still trying to process any real pictures of real bodies. They literally want to put these stuff out there claiming that it's all legit without any proof. This is what we've been dealing with in America for the past 8 years. Ever since Sandy Hook, with the big one. But maybe even before that, maybe even Aurora, Colorado. That seemed legitimate, but it didn't seem like James Holmes was the right guy. His face changed.
Okay, it's Saturday, so that means I'm going to do some bookmarking, I guess.
There's no proof, no.
What should I use to bookmark?
Delicious.
Which browser does it matter?
Oh, I guess you can try the Chrome browser. It's the only one that'll suck it in and give it a... Is that the Chrome browser? No, that's not. That's it over there.
Yeah, it is.
That's the Chrome browser. I'll set it up for you.
Okay, well, I want a new window.
Okay. We can do that.
This is Chrome right here. I'll just do it right here.
Okay, I'll do that for you.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Wait, before you do that, let me go back to Periscope so I can see if people are talking. Love being short, not... Okay, you took a break out to figure out what to study in college because what you wanted to do was out of reach due to your height? Really? Wow.
Is that a joke?
I don't know. She says love being short, not meaning that, yeah, maybe when you're too short, there's certain things you can't do.
Oh, I didn't know that, yeah. I've never had a problem like that.
I know, well, you're 6'4", so you wouldn't understand.
I know. I feel bad that people feel bad that they're smaller, but I didn't really think of it. I know I have an ex-friend who I don't talk to anymore because I'm tall and he isn't.
Here, can we just do this up here?
I tried. It doesn't exist.
What are you saying?
They changed the name of their site.
Oh, yeah, it's delicious. Just here.
No, try it. Good luck. It's now del.io or something. I see it. They changed their site from delicious.com.
Oh my goodness, I had no idea, Lauren. They have a height range you have to be if you want to be an astronaut?
Wow, Lauren, that sucks. Yeah. So you became too short to be in your chosen profession of being an astronaut. Well, that's unfortunate. My chosen profession of advertising. I was unable to really succeed at it because I'm not a liar, and in order to be a good advertiser, you have to be a good liar, and I felt that was one of my biggest downsides. Is I couldn't lie. I couldn't tell people, oh yeah, I guarantee you're going to get a return on investment. Oh yeah.
How do we do this?
I'll take care of it from here. Thanks for finding it. Okay.
You'd love to be an astronaut janitor? Yeah, you have it down here.
I'm going.
Oh, it's the forces on your body are too much for a short person. Well, I met an astronaut, and she said that she applied a couple of times before she became an astronaut. That the first time they said no, and then she reapplied, and then they said yes. But she was a Navy diver before she became an astronaut, And she wanted to be like a pilot, and for some reason she had some vision issues and couldn't be a pilot.
Yeah, you know, one of the things with vision, if you do have a vision problem and you want to pass, her grandfather had a great story where he was actually trying to become a military man in World War II, and he couldn't make it. His vision wasn't good enough, and he ate like 3 pounds of carrots.
Yeah, or a friend of his.
A friend of his had this problem, not him, but he ate like 3 pounds of carrots. This friend of his, and he got in. The carrots have miraculously improved his vision. I mean, isn't that amazing, that story?
Yeah. Have you looked into, Lauren, have you looked into MIT open courseware? I'm looking at that.
Hold on just a second here. Hang on. We have a couple people we have to mute from here.
I'm just leaving them be. Unless they...
No, wait a second. No, this isn't... We don't allow that. Anything like this is all purged and muted. I don't allow that in my show.
Can I...
Hang on. No, I got to finish this. This is not acceptable.
We've got to get rid of these links.
Okay, go ahead.
These tabs that you added. So here's all the wonderful, awesome tabs that David has added. So we're going to go through these.
This Devin Nunes has done absolutely nothing.
Is this important to keep, or should I?
Yes. I'm going to let it go. Let it go completely. Devin Nunes, I'm convinced, is working for Trump ever since he went in there with all the information on the Russians. He is definitely on Trump's side. And now he's accusing the Democrats of unmasking various people that were operatives, including Trump's administration. It's kind of ridiculous.
I don't think this is necessarily the London attacks. I mean...
No, that's just a corroborating story that doesn't make any sense. I'm going to... Wow, I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Okay, go ahead. Let's just X out of it. There's no corroborating evidence. This thing, I wanted to add this to our Google lineup tonight. 2 minutes of...
Here, you can do it right here.
Okay, 2 minutes of Donald Trump. No, I have to sign in there. I can't sign in. That's different. I'd have to go to the Chrome browser.
Okay, let me do this.
This is what I do every night.
I know, it's awesome.
Well, it's not really, because we're still bogging down our huge computer. No, we're not doing biblical... No, we're not doing biblical
no,
trivia.
that's on Monday.
Yeah, Monday biblical trivia.
Join us on Monday for that.
Yeah, and if you have any other myths you want to believe in too, you can have conspiracy theory on Monday.
I might be over the biblical, actually. Sarah loves Jesus. Let me look.
Here we go. Nobody's schooling anybody,
I'm still doing
asshole.
some biblical trivia, and that's on Monday.
We have an endless amount of biblical trivia for you.
Not endless, but but quite a bit.
What you're not experiencing though is what I do every night, which is to ride the chat.
You're experiencing what my frustration every night, which is to
have links.
Have links.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yes, indeed. All right. And this is the one that we just did. So
do you think I should get the 38-inch screen tomorrow at Costco?
No, I don't think it'll make a difference because we're on we're using the mouse. So, I don't know, maybe, but...
What if I got two 38-inch screens and 2 computers?
David, what are your thoughts on freedom of religion, Lauren asks.
I believe that everyone has freedom of religion in America. It's basically accompanied in our freedom of speech. Wow, 116 million viewers, amazing. Thank you.
Okay, what about this, until disaster struck, about the history of Spain and the disastrous consequences of the rise of Islam? Should I keep this or bookmark it?
No, I don't think that the story is that relevant because I think when the Muslim takeover and the Ottoman Empire took over in Spain, there were a lot of deaths, and we could fuel anger back and forth, but really I don't want to dispense anger and hatred on a day of peace. And this is the day of peace.
A lot of beggars at the store, somebody said.
This is the anti-war rally. Please, can't we just get along?
Be right back.
Well, I don't hate the Bible. I think it's a wonderful history book. It really is. I know. I spent like $16 on computer stuff recently.
Okay.
It's amazing. I'm wasting tons of money.
Body cam, do you want this live leak? Body cam, deadly confrontation?
No,
I
I
don't think we
I
should
saw a
just
meth
say
head.
that.
No, I'm not going to say, but I saw a meth head and I played it on our show. A meth head get beaten up and killed right in front of my eyes.
And I don't necessarily think we need this.
No, we don't need the whole dang browser. Once we get that one, that's all I need. This will screen out all the bad links that may have malware in them that will take down our entire show.
Okay.
Buckra could be insulted about chemtrails. It's extremely important to me that I understand the issue of chemtrails is part of our show. And Buckra just said, no, I'm out of here. I'm a chemist. I don't believe chemtrails are going into our head. And I explained to Buckra in a fairly
Here with
sufficient
reaction,
manner.
the editor-in-chief of LifeSet, nationally syndicated radio.
I, in a very concise manner, I said, just check out the Future Gen project, and you tell me where all the carbon sequestration is going, because I don't know anywhere else it would go except in the air above us. And honestly, so many people in the scientific community refuse to look at the scientific facts that are sitting us right in our face. Massive video evidence of chemtrails dumping on our heads every day, all across the country. I would say LA is one of the highest chemtrails. They're trying to dehydrate and evaporate the air in California, in Los Angeles. They want to ruin the most populated area of the country. That's their primary goal. Our country's under attack. And if I have to wade through some chemist that has a little hissy fit about our reality that we're being sprayed on, then too bad. I'm sorry. Bye.
Busy joined. Hi, Busy.
It's not like Buckrod donated anything to our show, did she? You know, a lot of things, we do this for free, virtually. I have not had a single donation in months. So,
And I get to write down that we haven't had a donation in months.
exactly. We have to say it's really, really sad. And the reason is we have been, hi, Busy.
Hi, Busy.
We have been completely censored on Vaughn Live. And any U.S. person that comes in here is being shunned away. Whereas your foreign people want to come in here, they can't even chat. So there's two blocks going on. Foreign people coming in wanting to chat and guest chat and having a VPN block. And then there's U.S. citizens who are not aware that we're even a website, America's Third Party, even though it's on our screen every night. Because they can't come in here and participate. They're limited to 114 people. And they're all the same, and they basically don't have any money. And I get that.
Bookmark or save? Bookmark or delete?
I'm checking it here. House Intel subpoenas Trump's personal attorney. No, I know that Fox News we knew this 2 weeks before it happened.
Okay, attorney to file lawsuit in the Seth Rich murder mystery.
So the London Bridge attack was taped off before it even happened. Power J just got this little tidbit of information. Wow. And it took you 6 hours to log in, 487. And it took 136 40 minutes to get in here, folks. Look at this. Now, this is really important. Anything to do with Seth Rich. That's one of my top stories on Seth Rich. That's really important.
Okay, Lauren asks, how about freedom of religion in schools?
I believe that freedom of religion in schools should be taught as a world religions course, where we include theories of creation, including creationism, intelligent design, and evolution. I believe we can treat this as history, and world religion is definitely part of history, without having to make a specific alliance with any one church or religion. We just treat it as an open subject. I think it could be handled within I'd say 4 or 5 days of education, teaching. Maybe 4 days in your history module. You could talk about Muslims one day, Christians another day.
I personally believe it all depends on the grade level. I personally think at elementary level, it should be if you were talking about certain ceremonies, you should bring in mythology and how people believed traditionally, but and how things came about, Pourquoi tales, Native American legends, those kinds of things.
Okay.
But then in middle school, it should be a little bit of information for allusions, like that kids can refer to the Bible. Like if they start talking about he was kind of like a Daniel and his hair was so long like Daniel, and people don't know who Daniel was in the Bible, there needs to be a little bit of that.
Well, Daniel is traveling tonight on a plane.
Yeah, they might think it's
I
that
can see
Daniel rather than
Daniel
the
waving
other Daniel.
goodbye. Oh, I miss Daniel. Oh, I miss him so. I was playing
Okay,
Elton
besides
John
Seth
earlier.
Rich, what would you want me to put
Buck
as
Raw,
tags?
I want a response, and I'm going to tell you my response. My response to Buck Raw is I misinterpreted you, and I'm sorry. I really am. You were simply asking about what we're going to do with looping carbon. And you made a comment that you didn't care about chemtrails at that time, but now I know you see chemtrails. You know what I'm talking about. I apologize, Buck Raw. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying your position. You wouldn't get that out of Donald Trump, I'll tell you. He would never apologize. Yeah. See what I mean? You don't have to worry about accepting the apology. It's just, I personally believe that looping carbon is one of my central themes. But when I found out they're spraying on us on our house every day, I was like, well, I put the two together. Oh, Salty Dog, you got some psychiatric care? Anyone care to visit the psychiatric hospital that you've been? Tell us about that. How did it go? Were you heavily medicated? Yeah, the clean coal hoax Trump is trying to sell you. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Well, the clean coal argument that FutureGen was trying to sequester coal, that's not what I'm talking about. FutureGen can be modified to loop carbon. And I believe that we have the technology to bring carbon back into the circle and reheat it and reburn it. And we remember I was saying 85% of the carbon that goes in your gas tank goes out your muffler. In fact, your muffler puts the car's entire body weight out every year. The things that come out of your muffler weigh as much as your car every year. That's what we've got to deal with. So carbon filtration, Sarah brought that video of a guy who was turning pollutants from carbon, particulates from your muffler into air ink, it's called, into ink in India. I thought it's a great idea to trap the carbon, and I even promoted this idea, and I have a couple designs out there that I was going to, get patents on at one point for getting rid of particulates from the air. I think it's a high priority to filter the air, and I don't think we really talk enough about that. Chemtrails are bad, period. Not good chemtrails. There's no good chemtrails in my mind. Anything that's blowing in the air needs to be filtered. The best way to restore our planet to some equilibrium is to actually filter the carbon out of the air, the thing that has been most destructive. Any argument that pumping garbage in the atmosphere to reflect the sunlight is a BS argument. It is a complete, it's a dead argument. There's no way you can justify more aerosols in the atmosphere, which is going to deplete the ozone tremendously. But they're trying to do that, and that's why I'm saying greater intelligence will prevail in this matter.
Yeah, I do think you want this one right.
That's super important. The AAA Safety Foundation found no scientific basis that THC in blood impairs driving. Now, there's a lot of states now, 36 states, that are allowing some use of marijuana in their state. Predominance of legalization going on, with Trump and Sessions having their head in the sand.
Okay, Lauren asks, what are your plans to deal with GMOs?
Genetically modified foods, by and large, are posing dangers. And I believe that Dr. Seralini, has legitimate research, and the courts in Paris, international courts, agree. Monsanto tried to suppress his research, and he researched the same rats that Monsanto had researched. He researched the same type of rats from 1 month all the way to 24 months, and Monsanto only checked those rats for 3 months, and they said, oh, they didn't produce tumors. Well, the rats or almost all of them, started developing tumors at 4 months. So what they're doing is they're pushing products on our environment, the GMO wheat and corn that's got dangerous stuff in them. The thing is, those GMO products are made because they take in more glyphosate and Roundup. So in other words, they want to put more Roundup in our bodies, which they're doing. And Roundup is a definite cancer-producing agent. It's a chelator. It strips your immune system away.
Can I close out of this?
Yeah. Everything Spicer said is a joke. And that's a story I can always find on the internet. It's my same theory that Stephen Hawking has been replaced. There's two different Stephen Hawkings. Well, there's two different people. Hold it right there. There's two different people, and this story does a really good job of, I want to keep that story, the Daily Sheeple. they show you how his face has not aged in 22 years. And they believe also that he's gotten, his face has gotten younger and it's changed shape. So they're saying that Stephen Hawking he's been dead for over 25 years. Really good story that we're going to post. And I'll get you the URL for that after Sarah's done here. I think the Daily Sheeple's pretty good, yeah. It's one of my favorite, yeah. Thanks, but well, we've seen it for years, but well, I believe that Stephen Hawking is an artificial intelligence
You would have
computer.
had to have died by now, is what
Busy says, yeah. He would have had to have died by now. Periscope, yeah. So we're going to put that in Periscope, and also we'll post it on Facebook. Very interesting conspiracy theory, and I'm the one who said that maybe there's an AI system built into his voice module. So they get some guy to sit there and act like he's really Stephen Hawking, and all he has to sit there in his drool. He could be a vegetable and have no clue as to what's going on. All he has to do is sit there and drool, and the computer will take over. So I've had this suspicion that Stephen Hawking is a computer ever since he refused to discuss any issues about chemtrails. Now I have 185 IQ, 1 point higher than allegedly Stephen Hawking. And I can tell you, for me not to talk about chemtrails would be a discredit to my intelligence.
Yes, we are streaming on Periscope. Let me get you the link there. LOL, Busy says. I need to put this, because it doesn't...
Well, you're doing a great job. If you guys want to check us out on Periscope ever, you can. What Sarah has done is miraculous, and I really appreciate this. She's done what I wanted to do myself for the past year and a half, and she's been able to pull this off.
Oh.
It's just too much to handle. When I generate the stories and do the talking, I need a technical person who can pull this off. Hold on, we got another person. I gotta hijack this thing. I'm in favor of legalization of marijuana, and Sarah has never smoked it in her life.
Let me look at my calendar. June 28th.
You're working on something?
Yeah, Misanthropy and I are going to start working on the website.
Wow. Misanthropy, thank you. Misanthropy looked at Mark Vaughn's website and said it was bad code. And he knows a lot about websites, so. Yeah, you're feeling kofifi, yeah, I know.
Okay, what is this?
This is a public incident report for the death of Seth Rich. Occurred July 10th, 2016. I think we should flag it as the DC report. Seth Rich's public incident report. There was camera footage of the whole event that we don't have access to. Seth Rich's computer is still in lockdown. Wasserman Schultz tried to get a hold of it, and she couldn't find it because she was trying to suppress evidence, it seems. It looks almost like the DNC wants this computer just as much as investigators and just as much as the internet. They want to know what the heck he was all about. Was he the guy that presented all the WikiLeaks that revealed a secret internet language among pedophiles and alleged that Podesta was involved in some weird things in Pizzagate? James Alefantis alleged. All of that stemmed from the Seth Rich release. And the Russian involvement, even though it didn't have any relationship to the WikiLeaks of this nature, is still very real and needs to be investigated because Trump was investigated. He actually was in touch with Russian intelligence 3 years before the election.
Okay, all right, Lauren asks, well, one thing, shall I bookmark or close?
I'm going to say bookmark. This is a story about how Jared Kushner built his entire life pursuit on screwing people over who are tenants in his buildings. We're talking about an incidence of what slumlords are called, slumlords. Jared Kushner and his family have engaged in that type of behavior. It's a very interesting story.
All right, Lauren asks, what are your plans to deal with the chemicals they are putting in our meat?
One of the things we're going to do is track the meat itself with RFID chips on their ears. And it's got to be implemented rapidly in the USDA.
Actually, a lot of that's already happening.
I know. What we want to do is we want to have a state-of-the-art tracking system that'll track everything from antibiotic injections to whatever food, whether it's GMO grain or non-GMO grain that they're eating. The story about Stephen Hawking is Yeah, I believe the power was cut when he was talking. Sure.
No, we did not. 1803. Not yet.
Okay, now we have not received any information yet. It's going on 2 years. We're at the 2 year mark, and they haven't sent us an incident report from the event.
One of the things is that we need to make sure, I don't know, I think that the whole labeling, encouraging companies to label that they don't use chemicals is
Right.
one way to help with the issues with the chemicals in our meat. I know we always look for the labels that say, for our milk, for instance, the non-RBST,
No hormones
no
used in the
hormones
production of milk.
used, those kinds of things. So, I mean, you go away from forcing people to do it to encouraging people to do it. And if they see that more people will be buying their product that is not treated with hormones, and they're going to go in that direction. All right, can I X or bookmark?
Definitely bookmark. This
I
is.
don't like New York Post.
Let's get rid of it then. This
I
is
like
a
to say
story
that.
about how journalists are being investigated by Donald Trump and
I
how he's
personally
using the
think-
power of the office to investigate journalists. But we'll blow that off. Who needs to protect free speech? You're right.
I don't like New York Post.
Okay. House Intelligence Panel issues 7 subpoenas as Russian probe ramps up. Let it go. They're going to be issuing a lot
You
more
don't want this
subpoenas
one?
now.
Okay.
This is just the beginning. It's the tip of the iceberg.
What about this one?
Yeah, very much. Something fishy is going on with Trump's Twitter account. He got 5 million new Twitter followers within a day. They say he's hiring new companies to alter the Twitter numbers. It's crazy. I mean, this guy is deceptive. He lies. He flip-flops. I'm telling you, we got the worst possible president in the White House, and he's vulnerable to blackmail over these sex tapes. And this guy should not be in the position where he is. I have more faith in our government's military at this point. Thank goodness we've got Mad Dog Mattis, because I think he kept a lid on a lot of the military activities that Trump wanted to do recently. I really do. I think Mad Dog Mattis is our best guy right now. He's holding the fort. I'm telling you, this guy is rock solid. When Donald Trump revealed the location of our fleet, the Carl Vinson, told people where it was, and recently told Duterte where our North Korean positions were of 2 atomic subs, Mattis had to do whatever he could. He scrambled everything. You know the story that when Donald Trump first said, we're going to send our military to the North Korean coast and blah, blah, blah. Well, he had to send the military in the other direction. And then they came up with a fake story saying that they got their wires crossed, that they went in the opposite direction. BS. They went as far away from what Donald Trump was telegraphing they were going. Donald Trump, I think, is working for the Russians. And I think he's about ready to put our own military in a vulnerable position. Have you ever heard the expression loose lips sink ships? That's exactly what he tried to do by telegraphing the position of our atomic nuclear subs. I mean, this is crazy. And thank goodness for Mad Dog Mattis that we're actually where we are right now. Hats off to him and the rest of the military for standing up to what's right as opposed to listening to a politician's mouth off on Twitter. It's amazing to me how, yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mad Dog.
I don't believe
You had a
this.
haircut? What are you talking about, man?
You there.
Yeah, this is White House disclosed grants ethic waivers to 17 appointees. Yeah, he committed a malfeasance of the law,
Would
but
you
let's
like
just
this
pass
one?
it. No.
I mean, I can bookmark it.
Well, it's important to know that Donald Trump just
want
gave
me to
waivers.
bookmark it?
Yeah, let's
Yes.
bookmark it. Yeah. It's so difficult to manage so many links every week, and this is a good day to do this. Sarah's really helping tonight, folks. Thank you so much. I mean, I can't tell you how important that is to the viability of our show. We picked up a new computer recently, and it is working fantastic. We got an Intel i7 6th generation processor with a 16 gigs of RAM and 2 terabyte hard drives, and it's working very, very well. And Windows 10 is fast. I will say that much. They will auto update though. You can't stop it. We tried stopping the auto update. It's important. And even in dealing with the new The new ransomware that's coming out, they say you should auto-update. You're saying Delicious is shutting down? Where are you hearing this? Where did you get this information? Let's Google Delicious. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you. It's shutting down. Yeah. In January of 12th, 2016, is Yahoo shutting down? This has been going on for some time. Let's take a look. It could be just an urban myth. Oh, later this month they are. Okay. Okay, thanks for warning us. Well, I got my task ahead of me. I will be transferring all the links over. Okay, thank you very much. You saved the day. We've got a couple more days till the end of the month. Thank you.
What do you guys use for bookmarking?
Yeah, anything that you're recommending for good bookmarking? No, I'm serious. I will transfer over 3,000 links.
There are always ways to transfer. Yes, maybe you can work on that between Misanthropy. You can help David work on that between now and the 28th.
Yeah, maybe you can help you find another bookmarking site, or let's just copy them bulk links and put them on our site. Yeah, put them on the new site. 3,000 links. They're really very good. We've done a lot of work on that. And you know, we never got the exposure we wanted from Delicious. We wanted more. Hold it. Don't ever use those words here. That's nasty.
They were actually, don't do that one. It's they were referring to these people.
Let's do that then. Thank you. Okay, blog.pinboard acquires Delicious. Okay, well, will Delicious still be active? That's my question.
It's becoming a pay site. Ugh.
Do you know how vulnerable you would be without updates, dummy? Of course I understand the vulnerability.
Yeah, just leave it.
But don't call me a dummy. That's a
Don't
slander.
worry.
No,
It's
that's just BS, man. Do you know how vulnerable people are with Windows Vista working in the background of their computer? I talk to more and more Windows Vista people. They're so happy. Well, you don't need to worry about Delicious because it's irrelevant now. By the end of the month, it won't be a site anymore. Amazing episode from Lost in Space. The Green Lady going after Dr. Smith's bookmark. Well, William. Mr. Robinson, stop. You cannot control me. Come on, Dave. We know you're AI. You know, I bet this really weird stuff. Reddit keeps pushing this story about me being an android. That is preposterous. My voice and entire vocal tone is completely smooth with smoothing technology. I can't possibly appear like I'm not human. That's preposterous. So, Salty, what was your experience at the mental hospital like? Did they give you a frontal lobotomy or a bottle in front of you? He is not Android, he is CGI. 2/3 of a show is interaction with wonderful guests is unprecedented. We're finally getting the guests to remain calm. The drones are on their way. I am amazed at all the different links we have on Delicious. Over 3,000 links we have to move over. Isn't this crazy? I would love to see if Delicious has a utility that it would just spit those out as a file. Like a massive Word file or something. Word is actually link ready. If you paste right into Word, it'll actually work as a website. I know because I used to design websites. Back in the day before they got way more complicated. Now the DC police are saying that Seth Rich incident is just a failed robbery, but want release of body cam footage. Okay, thanks, Charles. We know that they're going to continue to deny that anything real happened. How can it be a failed robbery when none of his wallet money was taken? Thank you. Well, I think Sarah does look extraordinarily attractive tonight. You can't handle the truth. Nope, I made some healthy, actually really good chicken. There was, I guess, cage-free chicken. I put on the stove with an onion and some olive oil and some nice Italian seasoning. And I cooked it both sides, chopped them in half, and then added halfway through Yukon Gold potatoes. So Sarah has breasted chicken with Yukon Gold potatoes and Brussels sprouts, al dente, for dinner tonight.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
So you got food, free range, yeah. Cage free, free range, that's right. My chickens definitely smelled the fresh air before they died and turned into my meat. You know, we've been watching this show.
What do you guys use for your bookmarking needs?
Yeah, what do you use for bookmarking? I don't think they bookmark anything except their own bookmarks.
Well, I'm going to do Pocket.
Lifehacker. Export your bookmarks from Delicious to Pinboard. Leroy has the answer to our question. Scanning. Perfect. Lifehacker is working very well. Thank you, Leroy 1290. This is the method. We found it. Hold on, please. We have a mute to take care of during the show. I don't know. Well, we're going to find out tonight, Rex. You know, like we totally made these breasted chickens, like totally, you know, clean with a stainless steel pan, you know, like Teflon. And it was like, you know, slow cooked, so it's going to be really good, man.
There's no time pressure for moving off Delicious. You won't be able to save new bookmarks after June 15th, but everything else will continue to work.
Really? Well, that's a good life hack to know that I won't be able to save more bookmarks. So at least we got that covered. So Sarah's frantically putting bookmarks in to our great benefit. And we will be able to actually access the entire database. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Am I actually doing the Trump impersonation without actually knowing I'm doing it? I kind of thought that was going to happen. I just don't know when I'm doing it. I don't even know when I'm doing it now. You guys have me stumped. Trump stumped. So are any of you feeling a little kofifi? I know I am. I think kofifi is the new verklempt for a lot of Jewish people. I'm feeling very verklempt, and I'm not Jewish. I'm feeling very kofifi. So it's the Goyim way of feeling verklempt. Oh, you're Goyim. You're feeling very kofifi. My entire line of discussion is completely made up on the spot. I'll be back.
Wait. This is not export your bookmarks from Delicious to anywhere else, but it's like it doesn't tell you how to do it. I guess I have to just go and do it. I'll look right now if I can export it as a file. Greetings, greetings. Alright, Mike Willis. Sorry. Hi, Mike. You, to watch the other chat, go to bonlive.tv/third party. That's the one David mainly uses, Mike. Your wrap is Saran and okay. You finally broke down and installed Streamlink. What is Streamlink and how was it? How is it? what's wrong with our children? Is it the movies or is it the school system? I don't really. What do you feel like is wrong with your children? I think that I think it's the media is part of what's wrong with our children. I think that David would say that it's the poisons that people are adding to the atmosphere is something that could be wrong with our children. I personally think children are pretty amazing, and maybe they're nothing wrong with them. You're a concerned mother who loves this country and stands up for your children. Well, I think that that is fantastic that you're a concerned mother and that stands up for your children. Do you feel like anything's wrong with your children, or do you feel it's like the children? I take it that's not right. It's probably the children that you see your children socializing with, something of that nature. And so I do think that we live in a different world than the world that we grew up in. We live in a very technological driven world, I would say. I would say that a lot of us feel not as safe as the world that we grew up in. And I personally think that the school system is doing as great of a job as they can, but sometimes I'm sure your children are amazing, and I appreciate that people like you are having children. I think that sometimes it's there's so much stimuli coming at children that it's hard for them to judge things. And did I just close out a delicious? I did. Sarah, I'm not old enough. Is that a, what is that, a Sloopy picture, political MILF? I'm not too keen on clicking on people's links. Hello, Lola Lover, I guess? Lula Lover? Oh, are you like a LuLaRoe person? Triple D. No. That's pretty funny, Lula Lover, but no, the answer to that question is no. There were no days like that, 996. You ever lived in a home with a paved driveway? Yes, I did when I was a kid. I did have a paved driveway. But I would say the best thing to do is just keep advocating for your own children and their things, so that would be good. Let's see. Trending profile, my links. Let's go to my links, and then maybe I can my links, my feed, inbox settings, log out settings.
Okay, I'm ready. I just tried some of that chicken. It is incredible, mouth-watering. Really good. Hey, what's going on? Do not allow these kind of criticisms here. This is like crazy.
I'm trying to work on other things.
I know. It's not your fault that people are attacking us.
I know it's not. I'm trying to figure out how to
You looks like David, but your friends say it's funny, and I don't want to go there, man. Did you ask permission to post that political MILF? Yeah. Connie visits on occasion. Yeah, no big deal.
There's a way to share.
David, so nice to have you here with us. I've been watching you for about 2 hours now. I really like your show. Wow. That's good. Well, you're new here. I mean, I've never seen you here before. I don't know how to do Trump. I can't do him. I'm like I said, I got a claw. I'm not Trump. I can't do Trump impersonations will knowingly do it. If I unknowingly do it, it's not your fault. Well, Connie has her own setup. I mean, we have a guest facility here. Everybody who has their own kitchenette kind of setup. Ultimately, I want to have kitchenettes for all my guests at the White House. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we are a full service family facility here, dedicated to helping people of the family. If there is, Frankenstein, do I have to read what you said? Okay, thanks. I don't want to. There were more than 3 attackers. 2 are being hunted right now. Other one just melted into the crowd of Packies. Isn't that a racist term you're using? Are you a racist, Dr. Meow? I think Kathy Griffin is getting a lot of good money from Trump to do this, to help promote him. His entire approval rating went up 4 points when she put the mask of the blood on there. Actually, it was a pretty smart move for Trump to pay her to do that, if indeed he did that. I don't know if he did that. I think Kathy's going to get enough money in remuneration to cover her missing gigs that she's had to cancel anyway. So, no, I was never beaten up as a child by my sister. No. Tickle Me Elmo says, until the American people get back to disciplining our kids and teaching them manners, as we did in the past, we are doomed because kids today are not worth the time we put in them, let alone raise them. Sounds like you got a personal problem with your family there, Tickle Me Elmo. And what kind of a name is Tickle Me Elmo? I mean, are you one of these weirdos? I mean, seriously, it's a little strange you use that word. You have a tattoo with that on your thigh or something?
They're no longer able to offer an export function on Delicious. Their engineers are working on this and will restore it as soon as possible.
Oh, thank you for finding. Yeah, it would be nice to have an export function, considering so many people have invested so much in the Delicious system. And thanks to the guests for alerting us to their closing.
Oh, no problem, Mike. Anytime, Mike.
Bill Clinton was a big hamburger eater. Donald Trump, I think, is hitting on the lobster and caviar pretty heavily. It seems to me that he's a lobster guy. Yeah, and that'll do you. You know, if you're eating a lobster a night at the White House, Donald, you're going to be picking up too much cholesterol. Cut back a mix of your lobster with some cod. In fact, have you ever had halibut cheeks? Tastes just like lobster. So good. You can get that on the East Coast, I think. They're very hard to find. I'm having a personal conversation with Donald Trump if he's listening. I'm kidding. Just for the halibut, try some halibut cheeks. They're very hard to find. Yeah. No, yeah, halibut cheeks are like the most tender part of the halibut. They are incredible. I've had some of the best fish on earth, and I got to tell you, in the 60s we could buy halibut for $1 a pound. It was everywhere. And now it's one of the best fishes, and you can barely find it now. Because our waters are being fished out by the global industrialists who could give a crap about the earth. They just want to profit on the last days of mankind and send you to the FEMA camps. Chemtrail Pilot says, David, I've been written off assignment and want to speak out. I am a supporter and proudly say that now that wasn't the case when I first saw your show. Wow. Well, yeah, call me up anytime, Chemtrail Pilot, 707 your ATP, and we'll talk about your chemtrail experiences. Yeah, that's amazing. You want to speak out about dropping chemicals on people's heads. Very brave of you. I would like to see 10 billion people on this planet, and the planet managed properly. Instead of greedmongers running it, I would like to see people who are willing to share. We wouldn't have even arrived at this point in our population if we hadn't developed agriculture. And that took egalitarian thinking, people that cared about others. this one man over the other is a trace back to the hunter and gatherer stage of our humankind's evolution. EMT's shocked he didn't survive, and girlfriend makes comment. Charles Foster Kane. Could I grab that link? Let me just click on it. I can store it later and look at it. Oh, the girlfriend said they killed Seth in anger, not robbery. And EMTs were shocked he didn't survive. Well, that's definitely supportive evidence we need to put in our Google section. Let's just post this on Google so I can look at it a little later. Because it's definitely worth looking at, for sure. Thank you for that, Charles Foster Kane. You've always got good links.
Months since the killing of Seth Rich, the 27-year-old Democratic...
We'll play that a little bit later. Well, I'd like to see a better use. I'd like to see a better use of our resources. Now, we just lost a brilliant futurist named Jacques Fresco. He died this past month in May. He was 101 years old, and he really cared about the planet and about people. And what's really sad is his ideas were misinterpreted as communism, and they're not communistic at all. It's just better management of our resources using our cybernetic technology. I have seen a lot of great videos on chemtrails. Yes, we run them ourselves in the evenings. Wednesday is our Wasteful Wednesday. We talk about chemtrails because I believe that it's industrial waste they're putting in the atmosphere. I used to wonder, what are they doing with all the industrial waste they've got? Well, they're atomizing it and sending it in the atmosphere because they're still using the same principle they were using in the 60s. That dilution was the solution to pollution. And that's something that is a flawed mentality, but they're still doing it. No one ever stopped them. Communistic is my word yeah. It's an actual word that I developed, yes. Dave, Queen Elizabeth has orders me to deputize you in a fight against terrorism. Well, we want to fight false flaggery as well as terrorism, so we want to know what's a terrorist act and what's a false flag. We need to know the difference. Hey, I've already strengthened my chi. It's pretty strong right now, but thanks. Well, we will interview you as soon as you call in. We're just going to go ahead and wait for you to call in. I think take the night off. Take the night off and rest. And maybe another night you can call in because you are obviously a guy who knows a lot about chemtrails, and we don't want to waste that phone call on, some...
Okay, I'll take it.
Just bookmark it for tonight. 15-minute, I want to see it. How to strengthen your chi. Yeah, some of you are working on your technologies. We're all losing weight here. That is so refreshing. I started spraying my face with this fruit enzyme. And I'm telling you, man, it's changed my entire outlook on life. I look forward to sitting here in front of the computer for 5 to 6 hours a night. Before, I felt kind of listless and uninterested. We don't need to save it on Facebook now.
No, I am.
Oh, you're starting to save things on Facebook?
No, I'm doing a thing called Flipboard.
Oh, okay, Flipboard, wow. It's a fruit enzyme developed by... Michelle is the company, and it is a pretty good product. I mean, I didn't really think it was that refreshing to spray your face with an enzyme, but it really is. It keeps my flubber looking supple and active. Flubber is very much like human skin. It can be dehydrated in the sun, and it must stay moist and supple. What do you mean by nut sack? Frankenstein, we're here about legalization of marijuana. You didn't get the memo. You can leave now. Thank you. Bye. Excuse me. We have to mute this person. Hold on. Now you know what I deal with every night. Criticism of the worst kind. What are you saying, Mr. Meow? No, the Venus Project does not deny you your personal possessions. Don't be ridiculous. If you'd like, you can hear my interview with Jacques Fresco on Blog Talk Radio.
Oh, no wonder. This was never done. I'll be right back.
I am trying to filter all the dialogue so that we are running a 5-minute scroll so that I don't say anything too avant-garde. I screen and prepare my show prior to actually speaking.
I'm just going to retweet this one.
Okay. That's cool.
Okay.
That's for retweet it. We're really concerned about Seth Rich cover-up. I am. Me being we. No, nobody posted anything. And David, what was the name of the product you said was good for thinning hair? It's a product called Avocados. Yeah. You can buy it at the store and eat it daily. It works. It really does. You did not know? What is this, Dr. Miao? Do you not have any avocados in France? I try to butcher the accent if I can. But you do not have any avocados with the guacamole? Yeah, very good for diabetics, avocados. Yeah. Thanks, Officer Mo.
Okay, I'm already seeing that.
Yeah, Dave, use Pinboard. I found something that can post your recent bookmarks to your website. Well, that's really good.
Who's saying that?
Misanthropy.
Okay, what about Flipboard?
What about Flipboard?
Pinboard? Well, Pinboard is delicious.
We use a thing called passwords when we get into sites. Sam has not. You've never done that, so you pretty much don't know what we do. Some people use the same password for everything they do, like password. Like
LastPass.
Hillary Clinton used the word password to her private mail server that handled all of our top secret information. You didn't know that? Chemtrail Pilot says, David, I'm really tired and I've been through some heavy stuff, but I will tell you, I will admit the chemtrails are real. Wow, this is huge, man.
Okay, I have a question for Chemtrail Pilot. Why?
Well, what they do is the subject I'd like to talk to you about in an interview. That'd be cool, man. Yeah, we can have you any night you come in, just not tonight. 707-YOURATP is our number. And we've been deferring calls from various people, mostly trolls, for the best. I don't use spray-on hair. This is my real hair. You couldn't do that with spray-on hair. It would come right off. Do they even make spray-on hair? Does anyone know? Have you checked out removed URL for streaming alternatives? No, I've never tried removed URL. I'll have to try that sometime.
Yeah, can you type it without the www and the .com, and then maybe I can click on it? Because or you can sign in, because guests, all of their URLs are removed.
I'm going to spray a little of my new product I engineered in my laboratory called Confifi. The feeling of Confifi.
Sorry, I totally missed if you said anything, Misanthropy.
It is so nice.
Oh, Mixer.com. Okay.
We could stream there, yeah.
Good idea. Yes, I have heard of Mixer. Someone was telling me about that.
Whoa.
It's a Microsoft site.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. Microsoft is starting to communicate with people now after 40 years of hiding their emails from the public view. They are accessing Notepad. If you go to Open in the Document section, 2017 log. We have it available.
Yeah, see.
Yes,
And
mixer.com.
this
We
one.
recorded that. Hold on, please. We are having someone promote this idiot joker named Al Franken.
David's never going to give up.
We will never give up. We can't stop and we won't stop. Dude, I realize that the real problem in the country is censorship, not me. Frankly, Twitch is being run by the government. Much like YouTube and much like Twitter. Oh, yeah. Connie's in the kitchen looking for something edible. I don't think so. I think she had dinner. She went out. She went out. Did you go out?
Okay, I'm adding the pinboard extension. Have I lost some weight? I hope so. I don't know if I have or not, but I hope so. Do you read the Facebook chat? Hi, Gina. Gina. I try to read the Facebook chat, but I am also working on finding a new bookmarking tool and reading the Vaughn chat. But I do have it open, so... Oh, okay. Oops. Alright, good. I see you. Sarah, you... Oh, thank you, 736. Oh, you better delete that before David comes back. I wish there was a way for you to remove your own posts. Because otherwise you might be purged or muted for saying such a thing. Oh my goodness. And then, correct. Thank you, Misanthropy. Pinboard? Is it pinboard? So, it does... I'll ask you, Misanthropy, does their site have a logo like this? Because I'm trying to get the Chrome browser extension, and then anyway, I'm trying to get the Chrome browser extension. Yes, and that's the extension I need, right? Oh, is she ever 831? Everybody in David's family is. Run, hide, tell. That's a good one. Yes, pinboard.in. Okay. Alright, I have the pinboard extension now. I'm going to try to see if this works. Set up API token. Username. Find your API token on your pinboard settings password page. Login required. I haven't made an account, so I'm going to create an account. Pinboard charges $11 per year for a regular account, or $25 per year for archiving and full text. So, I don't know. Well, no, we have I don't share. The only person I share a bathroom with is David. Yes, I think that one too. 164 Google bookmarks. That's a good one.
This is false flag testing the waters. They're seeing how far their lives can go. Yeah, this is basically testing the waters, false flaggery, seeing how far their lies go. The shootings, the attacks, they're seeing how far their lies go without any corroborating evidence whatsoever. In the year 2002, what?
Oh, just one moment. I've got to put in a password.
Why this keeps going down?
Oh, because I was putting in a password.
Okay.
You're the one that told me to do that when I put in a password.
I'm glad. We have to remember to
you?
turn it back on.
Yes.
I did tell her that because there is audio software now that can listen to your audio and find out what
That's what
buttons
he
you're
said.
pushing. Hey, stop talking about my body part, okay, man? Nobody asked to talk about that, okay? Thank you. And for the record here, California is now saying it's okay to unknowingly expose somebody to HIV. I mean, ever since the story broke about Jim Carrey and his girlfriend and Charlie Sheen and all the women that he's, God knows how many men or girls or whatever. Anyway, we have millions of viewers at UHF. Awesome. Good. Thank you guys for watching. Well, we all know that this is becoming something they're trying to normalize. The elitists are trying to normalize this behavior of giving HIV to people. And now the state senate in California is saying it's okay to give people HIV. Really? You and I are together, stinky steak? I'm not gay, man. I mean, if you want to be gay, go right ahead. Consenting adults and all that, but please. Okay, let's take a look at this GIF that she's been posting. Hang on. We think we know who you are now. We're going to remove you from the show. That's the guy from Chicago. He's in love with that picture. He touches himself thinking it's me. It's crazy. He actually thinks I was in this I would never do that kind of thing. I'm a very, very prideful person. I don't believe in exposing myself. I have never, ever had sex with myself on camera. Yeah. I've never, ever touched anything near myself. You think Bill ever really had a relationship with Hillary? I mean, they're married, I know that. But I mean, the rumors are very, very, very big about Chelsea being the son of a guy who was a close personal assistant of Hillary Clinton, Webb Hubbell. Webb Hubbell has neither confirmed nor denied that he is indeed Chelsea's father. So it's possible Bill and Hillary had a platonic relationship. Wouldn't that be kind of like a mind blower if they did a tell-all and said that, you know, from prison they could be writing a book? I never, ever had sex with anyone, including Hillary. Something like that. Please stop talking that way. It's disturbing me. There are people in San Francisco that are really liking our show, yes.
I think you've got a point there.
Oh, what?
You know, the false flags, because we
yeah.
don't have a lot of evidence, but I mean, 3 of them? You know, it looks like they're kind of inundating the city.
Yeah, it's like Operation Overboard.
You know,
They're testing the limits of their ability to send out information without evidence.
I really didn't even think of this, Dave. I know what false flags are, but I thought, oh, yeah, there are jihadis there. There's got to be probably a problem there, you know?
There are some terrorists in the world, but for the most part, the terrorist message is to entice us to be into war and more police state. They keep pushing that as a way to up the police in your area or start wars around the world.
They were praying in front of the Trump Tower for Ramadan. Is that true? Is that a false flag?
Yeah, no, that's true.
Oh.
No, they're asserting their freedom of speech. The Muslims they know now that they can have a political party too. Trump said that it's okay for religions to have a political party. So Muslims are saying, yeah, we might as well have the political party. I guess they want to have the jihad party of the Democrats. Who knows? I wouldn't doubt it, because Trump wants people who are in religions to have political parties. I mean, the man doesn't even understand our Constitution. Yeah, they're going to do anything they can to get the heat off Trump. Yeah, they're setting small fires all over the place right now.
Why don't I have the,
Kathy Griffin was one of those small fires. I think she was put up to doing this. And when she talked about being bullied by Trump, prove it. Yeah, show us the emails of him bullying you, Kathy. I mean, put your money where your mouth is.
Okay, there we go. Let's try
You found
this.
something? Are we having some fun now?
There we go.
Wow, you found it. Adding a bookmark on Google. This is amazing. She actually found it. No, I mean, seriously, it's hard to find. I think Kathy is a false flag too. Yeah, Yeah. Okay. Some of you people act like you've got some sort of a mangina. Just really relax. Stop being so perved out. You're a lot of you are becoming ultra pervs. No, I never did that. I don't miss her appearances on DTPO. She likes to talk in the background though. That's okay. I didn't ban anybody for life. I just said cameos only after a few of the instances occurred. No, it's difficult adding a bookmark on Google. It's not.
I know, it's like, I feel like an idiot. Don't worry. It happens all the time.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole idea. I mean, without testing technology, if you don't feel like an idiot once in a while, you're not going to test your technology. Am I right? Dude, we know the star is a bookmark. I was being facetious. Do you mind?
No, I don't want the star bookmark. I want to add a bookmark to Google so that I can share my bookmarks with others. I know the star is a bookmark. I don't feel like that big of an idiot.
Hold on a second. John Nash played. Really? Yeah, this is an old encounter with John Nash. He is not Stephen Hawking, but good guess. John Nash died in a very freak car accident with his wife in 2015. I believe it was October 16th. But anyway, John Nash was one of the best mathematicians we had, and many people believe that he was killed with his wife. They were in a taxi, and they were driving down the road, and they were sideswiped. And I believe John Nash and his wife were killed purposely. They weren't wearing seatbelts. Now, this is a guy that was a brilliant mathematician that knew the chances increase of death when you don't wear seatbelts. I don't get it. I'm not patronizing anybody. Stop talking like this. You are hereby muted.
You're saying make a list of all the HTML sites on my site? Yeah, I don't want to do that. When Google can do it for me.
Yeah. It's different than adding a star. Meow. Meow.
Here, this is what I'm doing. Because
Meow.
then you can go to, you can export your bookmarks, but there's an easier way to do that.
Wow, we got an attack coming here. Okay, Kathy Griffin was great in The Mask with Cher. Wasn't Jim Carrey in The Mask? Are you sure? Oh, this guy. Oh yeah, different. That was a different movie. Okay. That was not. No, that was not Kathy Griffin. That's pretty funny though. Look it,
Right.
man.
I could probably export all of them, but with how many things David opens, it's ridiculous. It drives me crazy.
Don't even think for a second that you can go there, buddy. That was when he told over first. You think that John Nash didn't die? That he actually is playing Stephen Hawking, and they faked his death with his wife?
I'm sure you do.
That's a little weird,
Yeah.
man. But you may be right. Yeah, I'm an alpha, buddy. Yeah. Well, of course you use Facebook, meow. You're just the kind of guy that wants Mark Zuckerberg to watch you privately in your bathroom. You get off on that, huh, man? Mark Zuckerberg, by the way, is talking now about my idea of offering everybody money. Yeah. Oh my God, James Woods has tweeted. This is a first. Let's take a look and see what he tweeted. Here we go. When will we ever have the backbone to do what's necessary to obliterate these savages from the face of the earth? Oh, he's just talking about terrorists, you idiot. He is completely up the butthole of the, excuse my language, Sarah, up the butt of the elitists. He's obviously one of them. Keeping it gay? What? Power J, you're overtaxing our servers.
I don't want those.
Hold on there. Hold on. We are under attack right now. Boy, these guests come out of the woodwork for some reason. David, how do I upgrade from beta to alpha? But one of the first things you want to do is stop talking like a homo. Yeah. Like if you're talking like this, people are going to think you're gay. So you got to talk more like this. All right? I hope I gave you a few pointers here, buddy.
You want me to retweet this or like it?
Well, that's a major deal. I guess the best we could do is retweet it.
I'll just like it.
Like it, yeah.
One moment, please.
Well, I'm getting some laughs here. People are just loving this show.
They love everything you do. One moment.
Well, I'm a funny guy.
Editing. Now.
We are unmuted now. Well, let me tell you, Pilgrim. You start talking like that on the cowpoke, you're going to be facing the wrong side of a horse going south. Look, I'm taking all kinds of slams here from all these weird perverts on the internet. I can't handle it. When will this delicious thing be over?
Do you want me to retweet all this Seth Rich stuff or what?
Yeah, no. I think it's, well, yeah, that's a good one.
Okay.
This is a woman who did a search.
Do you want me to like it or retweet
Well,
it?
this is Wasserman Schultz, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, contacting an attorney with a fake voice from her phone at the DNC.
Would you like me to like it or retweet it?
Retweet it. So I will have a copy of it in my records.
And everybody who follows you will know that's what you're looking at.
That is correct. So we are answering questions in real time.
Log
70s dance girl wearing a perfectly clad clothing, modest wear.
That doesn't make him perverted.
You're saying that's going to make me perverted? By watching a woman dress in very modest wear dancing to a 1970s song? Man, what is your definition of a pervert? Because you sound like a pervert to me, Milko.
Do you want me to bookmark this?
You know, no, Yahoo is not that newsworthy. So anything Yahoo you can kind of just pass on, because that's going to fly back and forth. Some of you are saying that I act like Tim Gunn.
What about this bipartisanreport.com?
Well, this is very important. Let's just make this work, Sarah. Mitch McConnell may very well be receiving funding from the Ukrainians and the Russians.
Bookmark it or no?
Well, we can take a look at the accessory rack. I'm losing her
Here,
voice.
I'm going to flipboard it.
My ports are interrupted. You're going to... What are you going to do it?
It's called Flipboard.
Oh, you're going to
creating
Flipboard.
a
That's a good idea, yeah.
magazine called, what is this called? What do you want me to call it? What's the big category?
This would be would be GOP corrupt with Russians. GOP...
Russian corruption.
Russian corruption, yeah. Ooh, that rhymes. Russian corruption at the GOP. Yeah, so the bottom line is, if you think somebody who's watching a perfectly clad woman dance to a 70s song is a pervert, you've got a lot of work to do on the internet to find out what real perversion is, so you better get started.
I like this. So I have two things going on. I have a thing called Flipboard, and I have a thing called Google Bookmark. So Google Bookmark would be like if you want to save things, whereas Flipboard, you can make a little magazine, and you can either read it later or a little page.
Oh, okay.
You can read it later or share that with people.
Ooh, I like it. Flipboard. Ooh, something new, something special. Well, yes, Debbie Wasserman Schultz was the head of the DNC, and we have her on record trying to get a hold of Seth Rich's computer from a court hearing and intimidating a police officer to do it.
What is this, and do I want it?
We also have a record of her using a fake voice machine, calling from her location to an attorney's office investigating the Seth Rich murder. I mean, this woman apparently just wants to get indicted. The show started a long time ago. Are you mystify me? You're not really Rodney, are you? Only Rodney says that.
This is
oh, this is an incredible. This is a survival mega file. Scissor Fight found this survival Bible. It's called the https bible.com. And they've got everything to survive the coming apocalypse, Sarah. Hey, I like looking at a beautiful woman dance. What's wrong with me? Look at dude.
I don't go dancing. Heaven knows.
Well, whose fault is that? We could move to Seattle. It'd be a lot easier, but, you know, we have to live around here. They don't have any decent dance clubs in my area that don't shoot people. Richard Simmons still has a towel and a blankie over his head. I don't have any knowledge of Richard Simmons, man. Why do you keep asking me that?
Trump stuff? What do you want your magazine to be called? Trump.
Vote.
Trump.
Trump sucks, yeah. S-U-X. There you go. Trump sucks.
Like that?
That'll work, yeah. My magazine at Flipboard is going to be Trump sucks. Did they change the spelling on you?
No, I did.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I can't do S-U-X. That's just not...
Okay.
I can't do it. But
David, when are we hanging
Trump
out?
Stuff.
We're not hanging out, man.
Trump stuff. Trump sucks. Whatever.
Well, let's be clear. Obama has smoked crack. Andy Kaufman is not still alive. I have proof that he's not still alive. Somebody claimed to be his daughter, and she totally made a mockery of herself. She's been outed a few times. So no, Andy is not alive.
Did you add this?
But he does have a Twitter account called Andy Kaufman Alive. Andy Kaufman Live.
Do you want me to retweet this about the London Bridge?
No, it's complete nonsense, not worth talking about. London Bridge is all fake. They just have a bunch of people abandoning a bar, and they call that a terrorist event. It's ridiculous. My suit is a Chaps from 1978, the year that Sarah was born. We purchased it at the discount rack at a certain box store.
Thank goodness. I have like...
You're done?
Yes.
Oh, this is awesome. She's done. And now you can have dinner and you're done for the night. Let me warm up my coffee. I'll be right back. She gave all kinds of effort here. This is incredible.
Now let's just see if these are what this one is. Maybe, I don't know if this is a... Okay, so this, let me see if I can go here. So that's the problem. Do you guys see why you don't want to work with computers? Yes. It's a love-hate relationship, really, isn't it? Because it's like I love computers, but I hate them at the same time. I mostly love computers, but sometimes it's irritating. Okay, but what I do like, I have interview transcripts from John Nash. Do I want those? I don't know. Knowingly exposes others to HIV should no longer be a felony, the state Senate says. I think it should be a felony. I don't think I need either of those. Though. Okay. I'm gonna just mute all those things. Mute. Alright, how are you, Gina? I'm monitoring the different chats and I'm doing better. I think I can get rid of whatever. Let me go to here to see what my... Remove. Finally. Who are you referring to, Skarn? There are a lot of questions that need to be answered here. Good. Sammy's, what is going on? They just decided to start attacking you? Why? Alright, you're still here, still listening. Thank you. I'm working on focusing on all of you. I don't understand all of this stuff. All good, right? I'm all good. There's a lot of people whose parents aren't home, who'll go to bed soon. What's my position on clubbing seals? That shouldn't happen. There's no need to club seals. I suppose, I mean, I will say that I also watched the Life Below Zero, and they do a lot of hunting on that show, so I'm okay into the hunting. The chat does seem like it's just bad now, so I'm going to just be looking. I'll only be responding to the positive one. Oh, that's what was upsetting, is you were correcting their spelling. Well, I appreciate when people correct my spelling, because then I'm like, oh, I made a mistake. I'll be better. Oh, well, good spelling, 735. I don't think that's the correct, but I'm glad you're fixing your spelling. Yes. Save and share bookmarks with Google+. Well, actually, I'll show you here. I'll show you what I have, Misanthropy. Save this for later. I will just save this. I will save it using Google Bookmarks. So here's what I've done. While David was talking about, I have no idea because I totally tuned it out. I'm pretty good at that. I downloaded two things. I downloaded a thing called Flipboard, and I downloaded a Chrome extension. So what happens is then I can add it to a Flipboard, and I could add this to Flipboard, but I'm not going to. So there's that, and then I added a thing called a Google Bookmark up here, and what Google Bookmark does is it saves it on, I guess it is, no, that's not what it does. Anyway, so what's this one, Google Bookmark versus the star, is that so here it saves it into a Google Bookmarks site, google.com/bookmarks, and so it saves it in here. Whereas if you just put it in the star, it only saves it for your personal one. And this one, supposedly you can share. I don't know exactly how to share it yet. But and of course, like Meow says, you can always export your bookmarks and then post them all on a website. But what I like about this Flipboard site, and I had heard about it in education, but Flipboard, what it does is it makes little magazines that you can then read through. So let me look. Everything you follow is here. My new profile. New smart magazines. Personalize any topic and automatically get stories from influencers, enthusiasts, and related things you follow. And then I have one called Trump Sucks, and then one GOP Russian Corruption, and then I can add certain magazines, and then here I can go to, I can create a little comment on my magazines, and Let me see it. Where are my magazines? So. Oh, here I look at my, so this is my magazines, and then I can click that, and then I can share it. So it's at David John Spo 4CP91. Anyway, so that's it.
Okay, I'm ready.
No, 606, and I have to ban you now.
All right, I'll take over. You've been great, and you can have chicken dinner now.
Okay.
You may want to hit it with the microwave if it's not still hot.
Did I see a video compilation about David?
Just let's X out of that. Hang on. You're not allowed to post anything derogatory here, Stinky Steak. You just lost your position here.
I don't know. Make sure feed your cat kibbles rather than wet food for the next few days.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can tell you.
You know, I feel a little guilty about that. I'm going to unban you. But don't ever post things like that again. Thanks. Okay.
Okay. So anyway, I was showing them. I should show this to David now that he's back.
Yeah.
So in Chrome only is I have two things in Chrome. Actually, I can show you it down here.
I'm watching.
I'll just show you here. So there's Google Bookmark, which saves it into a Google area. This one just saves it so you can access it at any time. You start it, but this one it saves it on Google Bookmarks.
Awesome.
And then Flipboard is it's like this is what you want to maybe access longer term. Flipboard is really cool. I'm not going to actually save anything to Flipboard, but you can save it automatically to Flipboard. So let me show you a
Save
thing.
something for me, for instance. Let's just get a link. Oh, you got all your links out of there.
Yeah, so finally I did. But we can say we open up our delicious site, right?
David has many millions of viewers that have trouble signing in. That's true.
Well, they can watch us on
Periscope.
americasthirdparty.com. They don't need to sign in to watch us there. They can watch us on youtube.com. They can watch us on Periscope. They can watch us on facebook.com/USATP. There's many different places people can watch us. So if you have trouble signing into Vaughn, I would say I'm sorry for you, but I'm not really.
Okay, mystify me. There you go. Trump has a dangerous disability. A George Will interview. MSNBC. Good.
That's a YouTube site.
Yeah,
I'll open it.
No. Just show me how to bookmark something.
Okay, so here's this White House granting the ethics waivers.
Okay.
Right? So
it didn't save. No, that happens. If you hit it again, it'll pop up. There you
go. Here it is. So then say I want to put it into bookmarks or I want to flip it.
Yeah, click there.
So you click here. I should have you do it. And then I have two magazines or I can create another one if I want.
Yep,
we can put it Trump in sucks or GOP Russian corruption.
Trump sucks, yeah.
Okay, and then we just click add. You can type something here, but you don't have to. And then you click that.
That's super easy. Wow, I like it.
And then you're all done. And then you can share this with anyone you want so they can see what you bookmarked that day.
You can just give the Flipboard to people who...
So then people can click it and it'll open up that Flipboard.
We believe Samizdat is a Mark Mole and he's running scripts here. Yep.
So that's pretty easy, right?
Yep, that's pretty easy.
You don't have to open up anything new or anything like that.
It's
and then if you want to,
very easy.
If you want one that you want like longer, I don't know. I'm gonna look through what you have. That would be good. Oh, maybe that one.
A TSA Muslim guy prays at work. Yeah, we have freedom of religion, and they hire Muslims at the TSA. That's how screwed up the system is right now. Remember when you thought you were getting airport security to prevent Muslim and jihadist attacks? Well, they're hiring them at the TSA.
For the other one, say you like this one, for like longer term,
Yeah.
you can go to Google Bookmark, and then you can type in labels. You don't have to, but FBI
FBI could be the hashtag.
9/11. Okay, just labels, just
Okay.
like you did with Delicious.
Yeah, and add a
and then you
bookmark.
click
Okay, I'll
add
do that.
bookmark.
Thank you. Perfect. Yeah, I got it covered now.
And then to access those, one's called flipboard.com, and the others, that's it.
Okay, great. I will do it. Awesome. You did
But
fantastic.
they have to be in Chrome. You can't do it from
Yep.
here, so you just have to move everything to Chrome.
Okay, we got some very good bits of input. But 238 just said, David, my Japanese sources say Trump will be accused of having Alzheimer's soon. Yes. I believe that.
I actually would not
I believe that.
surprise me.
Yeah, I think he's going to be resigning because of his Alzheimer's. Honestly, I think this guy's got about maybe a couple more months left max. No, I want Sarah to stay, but I did have dinner on the stove about 2 hours ago, so now it's completely cooled off and she can't eat it. So she has to microwave the whole thing.
All right.
All right, thank you so much.
I just am glad to get rid of all those bookmarks.
You're so beneficial, and I'll try to do it on a real-time basis now.
I don't have this sad voice. I'm like, yay, I can finally leave because I finally bookmarked David's. Ugh.
Yeah, it was such a lot of stuff. It was
so
unbelievable.
that way,
yeah,
because you have to move them from Epic browser to Chrome to do it, you can ask yourself, do I really want to cut and paste this link into Chrome in order to bookmark it? No, I really don't.
No, I don't.
So you can just close out of them.
I could, but if I do want to play YouTube videos, I will go over and send them over to Chrome just to keep the YouTube copy with our YouTube over there. Because I play YouTube out of Chrome. It doesn't play out of Epic browser. Epic's got so many it's got security all over the place, so it doesn't let anything through. It stops every single malware attack, and cookie too. You can import bookmarks, that's right. Yeah, why are you mulling for Mark here, Sam's dad? What's the deal? We never realized you were working for Mark here in the room. This is news to me. You're on the spot now, man. A lot of you Trump supporters are going to have to answer to why you supported the Russians. Why are you traitors? Can you answer your question as to why you just stood back and watched Trump sell our country off to Russia? Any of you? I'll ask to leave later. Thank you. Mike says, thank you. Thank you, Mike. And I should rotate through my... Yeah, Governor Brown is going to blast Trump on climate change, and he's also going to impose a single-payer plan for all the people working in businesses in California. Do you know that Trump snorts cocaine? Do you have proof of that? Because I don't know anybody who's had proof of that. The last person that said that that's true died of some unknown disease. We still don't have an autopsy report saying that Carrie Fisher died of any particular cause. So Edgar Casey has a story on baldness. Many men are becoming bald because of the radiation from Fukushima, and they're hopelessly looking for new ways of dealing with the radiation. Physiological considerations: glandular insufficiency, spinal lesions, according to Casey. Abnormal pigmentation, vitiligo. Thank you for that. Well, I'm not here to provide answers to healthcare problems tonight. Thank you. No, Megyn Kelly is not Nicole Simpson. Nicole Simpson and Ronald Goldman died. I believe that the government should reopen an investigation into the son of O.J. Simpson. I really believe that the son was never fully vetted. And he's the most likely to have a motive to kill Nicole Simpson and Ronald Goldman. Remember, oftentimes, family members who are that close to a person, especially in the culture that they're in, they want to have relations with the person that person divorced. So maybe Nicole Simpson turned him down. You never know. Just theory. Just simple theory. I was looking at the the evidence during the time period, it didn't seem like OJ did it, but it did seem like he was covering for somebody. The anti-war rally started when you were born. Yeah. Birth itself is an anti-war rally. You're here for a reason, man. To stop war. The nice thing about birth is all of our births really are a testimony to anti-war. Because nobody would be here right now if they were dead. Now, if you were dead, you wouldn't be chatting right now. Am I right? Of course I'm right. That's a truism. Are there any dead people chatting right now? Any of you speak out or never be heard again? Are the dead here? So yeah, since we're all living, we have a vested interest in remaining alive and helping people be born. But if you're a real global elitist and a New World Order puppet who's been brainwashed in our college indoctrination center, you think the world's getting too crowded and we got to get rid of the population. Oh. You've been fed a lie. A very lie created by the elitists that want to get rid of you because you, in their mind, are a useless eater. We are here listening to the spirit world. Okay, let me pretend like I've got a seance here with the dead. You are dead inside. I am here talking now to, let me guess, guest 503. I'm receiving the number 503. You feel you are dead inside. What happened to you, man? Are you heavily drinking fluoride or something? I mean, why do you feel like you're dying inside? Are you on big pharma medication? Is it dumbing your senses down? I mean, there's got to be a reason why you feel you're disconnected to say that you're dead inside. Hold on, please. We are interrupting this conversation. Dr. Meow, that's absurd, okay? You're making up stories now for lack of having Marie Le Pen as your leader. Well, baldness and Edgar Casey, wasn't he bald himself? He would know. Pizzagate is real. We talk about it quite a bit. Yeah, here's Edgar Casey. So you're basically you're trying to get information on balding from a guy who virtually has hardly any hair at all. Okay. Even when he was a young man, he had hardly any hair. So this is the guy you think is going to help you with your balding. Well, don't you think he would have taken a little bit of his own medication? Or whatever the hell he was on? This seer of solutions for people in their final hours of hair couldn't even solve his own problems. So just let that rest, okay? Thank you. I mean, he may not have known everything. Yeah, you see how my mind works now? Now you know why I'm so cool. All right, here we go. I showed the blimp plane earlier, Sack Printer. I'd rather talk about Pizzagate.
my feet, my heart stops to beat. Cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, too good to be true.
We got a lot of information there that was really good. Right now, it is bizarre, but a link that just came to me from Mystify Me doesn't work. Yeah, that did not work. Trump staff must not get enough kofifi from the Daily Show, and they locked me out of that link. I don't dance right now because I'm conserving my energy for the apocalypse. Yes. I'm saving my body so that I can withstand longer periods of time beneath the almost unbelievable amounts of radiation we're getting from Fukushima. I don't know. I mean, dancing to me is like kind of exerting my energy. Don't you think I'm wasting it on dancing? I work out every day. But I notice that dancing makes me feel a little kofifi. If you need pointers on what kofifi is, we are getting more and more information about it every day. A bigly taste for your low energy mornings. Kofifi. It all started when Donald Trump was asked to spell the word coverage. I am not gay. Oh, don't start talking about Mystify Me. You smoke your kofifi? Well, I'm glad somebody does. Imagine if you didn't. Dave, did you ever go to dancing class? Actually, I was told that I danced rather bizarrely. So I stopped dancing for years. And it was only until recently that I showed my dancing skills on camera. But before I lived under the constant pressure and of being called a weird dancer. It was only until I arrived in Vegas that I started showing my real self-worth on the dance floor. And boy, people took notice. Trump just doomed the planet, The Daily Show. Oh, here we go. Try this one. No, I'm sorry, the uploader has not made this video available in your country. This is what I'm getting. I'm serious, man. I mean, man. You are a woman. You are bizarre, sir. Get out of here. Leave me alone. Mark says, David, here's a solution for prevent spammers from posting here. Assign few of our regulars as a moderator. Oh my gosh, Mark stating the obvious. Wow. Mark House. We do not allow moderators here. Get out, you asshole. Yeah, we don't allow moderators here because when we started giving moderators out, people feel shunned. Now, even though nobody gives us donations, they still feel shunned because they've been long-standing viewers. They don't want to be kept out. Yeah, if we gave mods out, people would go, oh, well, how come he gets mods and I don't? Oh. Yeah, Trump stole at least 10 of my ideas. That's what I said. Mark said he makes over $1,200 a month just off my channel. Yeah, he makes $100,000 a month off our channel by censoring us here. Yeah, Mark makes tons of money. When he says over $1,200 a month, that's like, is that a joke? He makes $100,000 a month from some unknown source. We think it's Trump. Processing information. We've got a lot more things to look at now. This is good. Now, I don't have my... Facebook is up. Gina Brannon says, thanks. I'm still here listening. Thank you, Gina Brannon. And we've got America's Third Party. That's just the person over there. Okay, we'll drop out of that. And then down here, I'm just checking out how she handled the board. And I'm on Periscope. Yeah, I've got an actual Periscope site now. We can monitor. That battery was made by the CIA after the fact to cover the Kofifi mark. You know I'm right, and you can just guarantee I'm right. YouTube unblock me. Oh, very cool extension. Okay. Thank you, chat room celebrity. Mystify Me has a good link there, and I want to see it, but I have to download this Unblock Me. Yeah, I better open that up on Chrome because I have a feeling Epic is just going to say, nah, dude, sorry. Not going to work. David, you look younger every day. What the F is your secret? Okay, I'll take that link again and see if it works. It's added to Chrome. Hopefully it'll work. Let me take a look. Here it is. I'll go on it right now. Huh. I think I know why it's blocked. Thank you. That's strange. Very interesting. Refresh, that's probably the problem. They really don't want me to see this. The darknet spinning out lies. Yeah, I technically am the worst nightmare for the Illuminati. So when the Illuminati posts on the darknet, they're trying to say I'm part of their organization. I'm not. Obama unwittingly handed Trump a weapon to cripple the health law. Huh. Well, how do we know he gets 100 grand a month? Well, I took the number of his followers he said he had, 318,000. It took you 2 hours to get in here? I'm so sorry, 599. Well, yeah, I still can't get that link. It's unreal. We know that he doesn't have 318,000 subscribers, VIP basic subscribers, but it does belie a deeper fact that maybe he has made $4 million, because you total those up and you get $4 million. Averaged out over a 2-year period, that's approximately 100,000 a month just to get to 2.5 million. So I'm going to say minimum of 100,000 a month. Well, you don't have to be surprised, Sam's dad. He is making money left and right. Oh, Mark, you're here. You never said... Well, I'm sorry. Maybe it was your mom that said that. 318,000 VIP subs. How many VIP subs do you have, Mark? You want to give us a number? Because so far we don't have any. Well, we haven't seen any yet, Mark. You said you were getting all your revenue. You told me you're getting all your revenue from people who don't have a VIP official account. They have a VIP basic account. You told me that. Yeah. And by the way, nice try with the old carpet. How come everybody comes in here with the capacity server screens? It takes 2 months to come in here. Hello from Scotland. Well, you told me on the phone you get your revenue from VIP Basic. You told me that. You said that, and I asked everybody in my room who has a VIP Basic account. Nobody has a VIP Basic account, Mark. Hey. Hand over fist, you like that? So there are more VIP Basics than VIP Golds? Okay, how come I haven't encountered one VIP Basic on my show yet? And I've asked them. All right, well, you obviously have a different view of where your money's coming from, because only you know for sure. Well, you and the IRS. Yeah, and he denies having the Rolex and the nice yacht. Yeah. Oh, no, I'm just trying to answer why Sam's dad is your troll here. David, how many viewers do you have? Well, I have as many viewers as Mark doesn't have money. How's that for an answer? You have an Apple Watch? Really? Okay. Well, you know, admittedly, the picture of his Rolex was one of those standalone pictures you get on Getty Images. So I will say that. And I thought maybe it was easier for you to post a picture of a Getty image than it was to take a picture of your own Rolex. Considering it wasn't even on your wrist, it's on your dad's wrist. Well, Mark, everyone's wondering why. Well, it's on your Facebook. You had it removed. All right. Well, whatever. We can have this discussion never and not have to worry about this. Hey, it'll all come out in the wash. Don't worry about it. Yeah. My fellow Americans. Well, whatever. If you don't have a new boat and a new car and a new truck for your dad, then I stand corrected. We'll find that out when we look at your tax returns when I'm president. But in the meantime, I'm not allowed to look at your tax returns. Mark, can you explain why David cannot show blackface videos? Well, it's a problem, Mark, because you don't have enough money coming in from your sponsors. Yeah. I'm not submitting to anybody. The thing is, Mark, you can't really track your income. That's the problem. Dude, Amanda Dingus. What kind of a name is Amanda Dingus? Dingus is something a dog has between his legs. Who would name themselves Amanda Dingus? Well, Mark doesn't want to admit to anything other than the car and the truck. So we got him. Definitely know that he bought a new car and a new truck, and he's got old carpeting, and he's facing a $15,000 a year health care plan. Well, I have as many millions of viewers as Mark doesn't have money, so. Well, Mark, we don't understand why everybody has capacity server issues when they come in here. Surely you see how would anyone expect me know how much I make? Well, you don't know how much you make, Mark? How would anyone expect me to know how much I make? Well, Mark, don't you have to file that information at the annual IRS tax date, April 15th? I think I got him on that one. You do know how much you make every year, Mark. And by the way, I heard about your situation, and I want to be a little bit more considerate of the fact that you are now being treated. I think that's good. Well, they would only know if they could subpoena your tax records. Now, as you know, we can't even get Trump to subpoena Trump's tax records of 10 years. And we've got a special prosecutor, Herr Mueller, who probably can't even get the butt cream out of his face. The guy probably has hemorrhoids. He can't get out of bed. Honey, they're asking me to be another FBI director. I haven't served in 25 years. I don't know if I can do this, honey. Herr Mueller, you are a little bit pallid in the sky there, under your eyes there, Herr Mueller. I know, I don't like money either, but when you make a lot of it censoring me, Mark, which is what I'm proposing, I don't know why else you would be having capacity server issues, and don't tell me you don't have enough money for servers. Really. I don't want to talk to Mark right now. I can't talk to anybody right now. I'm feeling very kofifi. Yeah. Mark, who paid for your VIP account? That's hilarious. I'm not censoring you, LOL. And those aren't capacity messages, aren't happening on your stream. Wrong. He just said, you just saw him saying, folks, that none of you have had capacity server issues on my stream. Press 1 if you've had capacity server issues on my stream. Dum 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 dum. 1, 2. You got 2 of them. Dum 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 dum. Okay, Mark. These are all the people that don't have capacity server screens, yet continually get capacity server screens. So you figure out what's going on, please. You got an entire quorum of people who are saying they're getting capacity server screens. Come on, man. We know that something's not right in River City. Now, if you want to come clean, go to your rabbi or go to your priest or your pastor. I'm not the place to submit to settle this problem you're having with yourself. I'm not losing it. No, I'm winning. I'm winning. I can't say that more than once. I have to pay Charlie Sheen in order to do it. I would, but your mom is hogging all the dick. Oh, Mark is upset at 447. I'm not getting trolled. Mark is here. Stop calling Mark names. There's no evidence he's gay. Thank you. And take it from me, Mark. I get constantly attacked all the time. I get all these bi-curious people thinking that I'm gay or something, and I'm not. Your name is Dingus, and your grandfather shortened it when he came from Poland. It used to be Dinguskowski. Amanda Dinguskowski. Okay, Amanda Dingus. Frankly, Scarlett, I don't give a damn. I don't care if your name is Amanda Dinghole. I don't care if your name is Amanda Gloryhole. Scarlett? I don't know. I don't really care if he owns a yacht. With all the crap he's got to put up with you guys trolling him on every night, you can imagine how he's got to treat himself. Well, technically, your 28-foot bayliner isn't a yacht, Mark, so nice try. Do not criticize Mark here. He is the owner of the site. I'm disrespectful? Excuse me. I'm not having a panic attack. We all know you're a billionaire, Mark. This is Mark Zuckerberg, right? Yeah, I thought we're talking to Mark Zuckerberg, folks. Soon to be Mark Zuckerberg with the money you're making. Yeah. Have you talked to Donald about getting a raise? Because frankly, you need more. You do. Unreal disrespect, dude. I know. What can I do? My hands are tied. I'm not the FCC. I just went horseback riding with Putin. Oh, so you are working for the Russians. We knew this from the very beginning, Mark. And what's with the new hair? Is that like a dimple haircut you got you're sporting there? Dave, you got to run for president for free on this site. Quit bitching. Yeah, but I've lost all kinds of support because of the censorship that Mark says he's not doing. And Amanda, the dingus joke lasted about 2 seconds, and you're on to something else now. Time to change your name. Oh, so you're just long and you need a haircut. Okay, well, cool. Well, maybe you can get your haircut on your new yacht, your 28-foot bayliner. Or maybe go visit your cousin who you dug a swimming pool for and maybe swim outside his swimming pool and then he could give you a haircut. I'm hearing all these ridiculous stories, Mark, that I can't believe. I can't believe you put a 30-foot swimming pool if your cousin in. I can't believe you bought a 28-foot bayliner. It's preposterous. Well, we have something in common, Mark. You disowned all of your family. But you're very faithful to your mom, and I think that's great. I was too. I stuck by my mom and dad through the final days, and I respect that of you. Yes. David, my people are telling me they can't get in your room at the moment. I know. Well, the fact that you're there with your parents and you're helping them out is really awesome, man. This is not some advanced circle jerk we're having. I mean, this isn't the Mutual Admiration Society. I got issues with Mark, but at the same time, I think that taking care of your mom and dad is really exceptional. And I think a lot of people around the world, Pakistan just typed in, we love that. Yes, it is good, very respectful. And then we have people from India too who are saying that's very good. I am not disrespectful. Y'all making it seem like I'm saying things I don't want to say. I believe in freedom of speech. I thoroughly believe in, having a site like this is important. But, wasting a site too is not good. Oh, there it is. Well, we're still at Periscope, but nobody's saying anything. Maybe I got refresh. That's the problem. Oh, there it is. Well, okay. Take care, Mark. Thanks for coming in. Okay. Mark says he just had a new car and a new truck. Not the kind of money that would be exemplary. I don't know. Many people disbelieve Mark, especially since he says he doesn't use capacity servers, and everyone encounters capacity servers. So buy Mark, the soon-to-be billionaire, off of the money he's making. All right, bye. Hello from Stinken Snatch, Germany. I didn't know there was a place called Stinken Snatch. You're making that up. You're messing with me, man. If you make money for Mark, why would he censor you? Well, he makes money censoring me. Are you able to compute a simple equation? A plus B equals C. Our show on Mark's network brings in lots of viewers. People who pay him to censor us brings in lots of money. Therefore, C equals Mark keeps us here and makes lots of money. I have nothing to say beyond that. Yeah. Tone it down, Amanda. Well, you have to be respectful of women. Well, he gets a check every month just to censor us. We're not sure what the number is, but we know he's censoring us, and he denies it. So that's where we're at right now. Well, the UHF channels have nothing to do with Mark. Thank God we've got UHF penetration. If we listened to the digital conversion that happened in America around the world, we'd be screwed. No one would have any entertainment at all. All right, let's take a look at this article. Obama unwittingly handed Trump a weapon to cripple the health law. Let's take a look. Obama administration officials knew they were on shaky ground and spending billions of dollars on health care and insurance subsidies without clear authority, but they did not think a long-shot court challenge by House Republicans would cause deep concern. For one thing, they would be out of office by the time a final ruling in the case filed in 2014 was handed down. They also believed that a preliminary finding against the administration would ultimately be tossed out, and they figured Hillary Clinton would win. Well, they're out of office, and Mrs. Clinton is not president, and the uncertain status of the cost-sharing payments now looms as the biggest threat to the stability of the insurance exchange created under the Affordable Care Act. A dubious decision made by the previous White House has handed the current administration a powerful weapon to wield against the health care legislation that it despises. Yeah. The administration should not have found an appropriation where none existed. Well, I don't know. I mean, when you look at the General Welfare Clause and the ruling by Chief Justice Roberts that pushed this thing over the edge and made Obamacare a legitimate source to tax, I really believe that Trump is going to run into a battle with the Supreme Court on this one. I don't believe he's got the ability to rescind Obamacare. Marquee, it's not about being presented on the front page. You got to understand, everybody around the world wants to get in the show. And Mark has the censorship coming in here, preventing them from getting into the guest chat. People hit the refresh button for 2 hours straight to get in here. It's terrible. We would love to find an alternative secondary chat room to open up, but we haven't been able to do that. Beekman, you don't have trouble getting in here because your servers are coming out of the U.S. Anyone who's a VPN server out of foreign areas are immediately blocked. 285 just said it took me 40 minutes to get in. Yes. No, I have no pending lawsuits right now. They have all been resolved. Twitch IP banned me. Somebody took you 2 hours. Wow, 5522. Unreal. Somebody asked me if I was gay, and I said no. And they said, no, you look gay. I said, no, I'm not gay, and you people are a bunch of, yeah, you're sexually harassing me. And they said to me, oh, you sound like a homophobe. And they immediately sent my name in as a TOS violation. And you look at the TOS requirements at Twitch, if you sound like a homophobe, you can be kicked off their network. Simply by saying you're not gay. No, sir, it never caught me touching myself. Mike Brady was not gay, he was a flamer. I'm definitely a straight man. Yeah, I think Trump paid off Jeff Bezos to ban me. They said a guy named Capital Gain is a big Trump supporter, and he's the reason I'm off Twitch. But look they're losing big time. I got way more viewers around the world than Twitch could even imagine. I've got cumulatively more viewers than they have daily across their network on my own channel on UHF. Dude, I'm not gay. I mean, I don't understand why you keep sexually harassing me, and this is exactly the conversation I had on Twitch, and they called me a homophobe. Beekman, you're sounding very bi-curious. That is an incorrect statement. Boy, you guys have nothing but perverted sex on your mind tonight. It's Saturday night, and the trolls are masturbating. I mean, seriously, guys. I mean, just get over with it and then move on to something intellectual. Your brain is being dominated by your testosterone, whatever's left of it. Well, it is sexual harassment to call me gay when I'm not. Like, Beekman, you don't even believe in chemtrails. He's a flat earther now? Are you serious? You got to be kidding me. He goes from being a denier of everything, now he's a flat earther. This is how it goes with these people. You say I come off a little bit gay? No, I've never gotten off being gay. Because I'm not gay. I believe the earth is relatively spherical. Similar to this blue marble image. And I don't know about you, but I believe NASA when they lie to us. Don't you? The dancing girls are ready to start the show. We've got a late night show planned for all of you. It's going to be a wild night all the way to 3 in the morning. At 2 in the morning, I do a thing called, and I know this is a little bit difficult for you to understand, but the Mojo Hour starts at 2 in the morning. So we have a lot of people that stay up late, and many people tuning in from Europe now and Asia, and they want to check out some of the cool stuff we play. But yeah, we got way more action in our video segment than I do in my regular show. Yeah, 2 a.m. Pacific time. We stay up till 3 a.m. Pacific time. The Mojo Hour starts at 2 in the morning. It's that 1 hour of just rock solid, hardcore rock and roll to take you to another dimension, all entirely. Get down on it, yeah. This is America's Third Party, and I'm David Sponheim, and we're going to chat about the truth. So join us nightly from 5 to 10 p.m. and encounter interactive virtual chat like you've never heard before. So we have an amazing show after I leave the screen. People rock out way into the evening, and it's just a nonstop experience. It's kind of like Chris Cornell and Nirvana mixed together, you know. Kurt Cobain and Chris Cornell combined into an amazing retro. An evening of retro respect. Hands are shown right here. Not touching myself. Please, no talk about flat Earth. It's a government project called Shoot the Moon. And you won't find anything on this on the internet. Shoot the Moon is this classified operation the CIA is running to test how stupid you are. And so far it's working really well. A lot of you are piping in as flat earthers, and the amount of fluoride they're giving you in your water system has turned your brain into mush. Well, let's be clear. I downloaded Tube Unblock, it didn't work. I'm glad I've limited things down to just what we've got in front of us. Trump has a dangerous disability interview with George Will. Okay, that I can put in my library for tonight's play. I am not in any way an addict of any sort. Well, I am addicted to caffeine. Yeah. I drink about 5 cups of coffee a day. Again, any questions related to your homosexuality are not relevant here, okay? If you're gay, that's fine. Just don't make it a point of coming in here, okay? Thank you. Some of you are higher than a kite on vaping. You're vaping something illegal. As you know, I support legalizing weed. I'm a total kafifi, yeah. Well, legalizing weed means you may want to vape someday and become an enlightened individual with obvious, need for mellowing out. Some of you don't understand what mellow is. I'll show you what mellow is. We love you, mellow yellow. Quite right, click. I hope you don't think I'm actually vaping, Mark. You're not allowed to actually smoke on here or vape on this network. No, we never bathe the cat. The cat bathes herself. Don't ever put a cat in a bath. You'll kill it. Well, unless it's really seriously messed up with oil or something. Yeah, cats really prefer to bathe themselves. Dude, I'm not gay. What is your problem? God, you seem like you really are gay, dude. Yeah. I'm not. Look it, man. You're trying to. Come on. What is this? Some sort of a troll attack where you attack me verbally? Well, washing a cat could cause hypothermia. Your cat could die. Let's ask Dr. Meow. He's got 8 PhDs in meowology and feline care. Dr. Meow, how many times should you bathe a cat? I'll tell you, people have no respect. Oh, take Dude, for example, yeah. I'll tell you. You are gay yourself. If your gaydar is going off, you were the kind of people that said that Barack Obama was straight. You're the guys who have no gaydar at all. Well, let's be clear. Well, Gideon Liz, that's what I do. Yeah, Dr. Meow is such a legend, he's not even in the room right now. Sarah told you I was a real sex machine? Well, thank you. I'll have to say thank you for that. Science proves the homophobia means you're probably gay. Here is the final word here, folks. A lot of you homophobes have been wondering, it's true, you're gay. Science has proved that you are probably gay. A lot of you lesbian homophobes. You know, you rarely run into lesbian homophobes. According to the study in the Journal of Personality and Social Psychology, homophobes are more likely to be gay. Conducted in 2012, tested the correlation between the autonomy-thwarting parents and the internalized self-loathing homophobia, and found that the two are pretty likely to intersect. Yeah, but Dr. Meow's not even here. He's having his dinner or something. He's probably out having sex. No, the study is not reverse psychology. Reverse psychology is you thinking you're not gay when you are. I think you're gay. Chat is clipping along real fast. You guys have been very kind to not attack me. I thank you very much. Your hair looks refined. Well, actually, I've been told by my stylist to start looking a little bit better, considering it looks more and more like Donald Trump will be impeached any day now. I'm not addicted to anything except caffeine. It looks like Barack Obama is gay. We heard his newest book has just proven that he has sexual attraction for some old professor he had in college. Who would have ever thunk? Whoops, I purged the wrong person. I'm sorry, 729. He had his ex-lover killed. Yes, let's talk a little bit about Barack Obama's ex-lovers. Because right now we can't talk about Donald Trump's ex-lovers because, frankly, there's too many. And the sex tapes have not been released. Maxine Waters needs to learn how to spell impeach. She spelled it I-N-P-E-A-C-H. She needs to add the M. Yeah. And I believe she will. Maxine Waters is a good woman, trying desperately to help America. The Larry Sinclair video is on cue. Hold, please.
Where Senator Obama exited the limousine with $250, which was provided to him by me. Returned a short while later with an 8-ball of cocaine, which he gave to me. I did ingest a couple of lines of cocaine, and shortly thereafter, Senator Obama produced a glass cylinder pipe and packet of crack cocaine from his pocket. Obama then smoked the crack cocaine. I performed fellatio on Senator Obama in the limousine during the time Senator Obama was smoking crack cocaine, after which I had the driver take me to my hotel, the Comfort Suites, Gurnee, Illinois.
Okay, so according to my sister, she says she's tracking the alt internet here, and she says that that the English are going to shut down. They're going to go into complete lockdown.
See,
Theresa May is shutting down the internet.
When I was in the UK, there's
Thank you.
CCTVs everywhere, David. There's cameras everywhere.
Cameras everywhere. They
But
want a greater
nothing
police
can
state.
Stop
Right.
the London attacks that just happened, right?
Right.
So what were the cameras for? To watch the people.
Yeah. Well, there's an expansion of the New World Order. And they're starting with England. They're starting with the Philippines. They've got this Duterte guy doing this.
To do this.
They want a reason to start martial law.
Well, to start a war somewhere, too.
And wars. Yeah, wars and martial law. Like that song, Married with Children. Love and marriage, love and marriage. Well, wars and martial law, wars and martial law. Make the Illuminati more rich. Yeah, pretty much. It's about making money on weapon sales, using them against innocent people all around the world, and playing you brainless idiots who think that there's a need to be fearful because we're all under attack by terrorism. Oh! They're playing this fear thing on your brain. And you are the mental mush that they handle. They know they can manipulate the average American, but you know something? A lot of you are waking up. The citizens of England are waking up. The people all around the world are waking up to this false flaggery. I've been seeing false flaggery for years. I even coined the term false flaggery. All right. The reality is people don't know what to think. Why would they be lied to? Then they go through this denial period. Well, the government would never lie about these things. They have to be real terrorist events.
There's no evidence whatsoever of these events happening.
But they would never lie to us.
There's no evidence of these events happening.
Yeah, today's London attack is fake. Yeah, you bet right. Hey, it's a concerted effort to keep the heat on your stupid brain who never asked for any kind of evidence. I will believe everything they tell me on the mainstream media because that's the true news. Everything on the internet's fake. Do you realize that they're suppressing information gathering on Seth Rich's death? And do you realize that this entire cover-up stretches all the way through the ranks of corruption in our government right now? That's what they're doing. Dude, I talk this way on air, okay? When I go off air, it's like, hey, Sarah, what do you want to watch? I don't know. Below Zero on Netflix. Actually, tonight we're going to watch that three-way sex act between Kevin Spacey and a couple other people on yeah. Bindar Dundat, you know I have a personal obsession with people that denigrate Pakistan people. And that name is derogatory. And Scissor Fight says, it must be true. I saw it on TV. Thank you, Scissor Fight, for speaking the truth. You know, some people don't understand what humor is. Humor is as humor does. And right now, I'm in charge of humor. Nobody knows the truth as fast as David. Within lightning fast speed, David is able to use his inductive reasoning to determine the truth. Well, the biggest telltale sign of a false flag, folks, is they kill the perpetrator, and they don't even have a picture other than a Photoshop picture of the perpetrator of the Manchester attack. Give me a break. You can see the outline of the shading that they did and the blurring. Come on! They must think we're a bunch of idiots. You couldn't possibly think these things are really happening. Oh, they're happening around the world. You could get pictures of real live dead people, or I should say live pictures of dead people. If you go check out Afghanistan Kabul News, you'll find out that Trump and the ISIS-backed rebels just basically dropped 97 people into a grave, 400 injured. Oh, but you didn't hear about that. You were too busy talking about Kofifi. Or maybe the bloody picture of Donald Trump. That, oh, poor Trump. Oh, he has a bloody picture of his face. Oh, that's so sad. I would begin by investigating why the FBI lost 2 weapons within a mile of Seth Rich's shooting, the night he was shot. Yeah, let's start there. The FBI has a record of losing 2 weapons, a .22 Glock and a .40 caliber rifle, within just a short distance of Seth Rich. Then I'd find out if Seth Rich was shot with a .22 Glock or a .40 caliber rifle. That's how criminologists would approach this. But oh no, the detective into Seth Rich said, we've got to stand down. Everybody in the government says to stand down, you can't investigate this guy. What are they hiding? Well, they're hiding the fact that this guy is revealing the underbelly of the Pizzagate story. Seth Rich was responsible for the WikiLeaks that got revealed that alleged that John Podesta and James Alefantis were involved in some secret pedophile network of human trafficking. Am I getting too exciting? Anyway, it's serious. 50,000 kids a year die. The DNC cover-up, the RNC cover-up, folks, the 2 parties are behind this. Mitch McConnell is siphoning off the Russian tit. Donald Trump is in bed with Russia. The DNC wants to cover everything up of the whole corruption ring of pedophiles in D.C. I know. You need to go treat yourself to a lobster tail. And Mike Pence, he might be in on it. That's the weirdest part. Mike Pence hasn't even revealed any of his emails from his private server when he was governor of Indiana. And he was using a private server as the governor of Indiana. Nobody vetted this guy? Yeah, the 2 parties are behind this. And the more we reveal about this, the more we realize we need a third party. The only way we're going to get accountability from these scumbag, corrupt pigs in Washington, D.C. is to build this third party and make them shiver at the very core when they know they're going to be investigated by our team. We don't know how much money Mark makes. Mark came on the show tonight and said that he does have a car and he does have a truck. And he has old carpeting in his house. And the fact that he makes money and doesn't admit it, and he censors us and doesn't admit it, that's all extraneous information. Yeah, Torrey Smith, I think, was killed by Pence's people. Torrey Smith made an outrageous allegation. And when I heard it at first, I was like, you got to be kidding me. This guy wants attention so bad he's going to talk about Pence as some sort of a child killer? Well, here is Torrey Smith, if you haven't seen him on our show before, talking about it.
Hello, my name is Torrey Smith, and I've been a witness to children who were raped and murdered in what's called the MyLab child trafficking operation. And there are 40 locations nationwide, and there's one here in Indiana, state where I live, and which brings me to today's report. I do reports on this child trafficking operation, number one, because I don't know of anyone else that does. And these children need as many voices as they can possibly get, because hundreds and hundreds of children are abducted, anywhere from 25 to 400 children are gang raped and murdered a day in this system. On the 27th of May, Friday, 264 children were brought in from the Air Force, SOCOM, and NATO. 15 of those children were brought to Indianapolis, to the Indianapolis MyLab, which is what I would like to do today's report on. Indiana Governor, child rapist, and child murderer Mike Pence has murdered 54 children, and which I seem to be the only one in Indiana who cares.
So I heard this, and I couldn't believe it. I was like, whoa, you got to be kidding me. And then 3 months later, this man was on his last leg. They were killing him using God knows what technology. Here he is, his last video, 3 months later.
My name is Tori, and I want to thank you for the support and prayers and awareness that you brought to what's going on in our country about child trafficking. I think this is going to be my last video for a while.
Well, that was his last video, and he faded away into death. I'm thinking polonium, yeah. I'm thinking they injected him with cancer to get rid of him. And that's the last we'll ever hear from his testimony about Mike Pence and the death of countless people. Exco says, David, have you heard about the Evergreen College stuff where a professor, Bernie supporter, was attacked by a trans, black, disabled fags? I don't know about it. I wouldn't doubt 1 second that somebody was put up to do this. Well, when I become president, you're going to be basically eating those words, and I would recommend having them with a large sip of a non-alcoholic beverage. Otherwise, you're going to really hate yourself. I am not a flat earther. Only a moron would think the earth was flat. David, do you have scrotum operation? No, I don't have scrotum operation. What does that mean? Oh, scrotum operation. Yeah, you're a strange person. In the end, they killed him for the truth, yeah. Monkey Times, I thought you were more of a supporter than that. You actually think you're going to snuff your blunt out in my mouth? I don't have a zit. I don't. This is my nose. Yeah, we'll have the gulag when the trolls are taken in. You know what's really kind of funny is a lot of you people think that you have a VPN, so you're in some way avoiding any access. Nobody can see where you're at. Your VPN is owned by the government. Most VPNs in the world are owned by the government. There's only a few that are completely anonymous. I think it's kind of amazing that some of you think that you're anonymous. It's just hilarious. Like guest 267. Yeah. Oh, you're good. You're a good guy. Monkey Times is a troll. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we should start our own internet. No, I just made a simple calculation. Scissorfight believes that Tory suffered from radiation poisoning. I think you're right. You could create your own VPN from Raspberry Pi. I heard it's possible, yeah. When the left turns on its own, New York Times is studying that. Please don't mention other people's rooms. When the left turns on its own. Brett Weinstein is a biology professor at Evergreen State College in Olympia who supported Bernie Sanders, admiringly retweets Glenn Greenwald, and was an outspoken supporter of the Occupy Wall Street movement. You could be forgiven for thinking that Mr. Weinstein, who identifies himself as a deeply progressive, is just kind of a teacher that students at one of the most left-wing colleges in the country would admire. Instead, he has become a victim of an increasingly widespread campaign by leftist students against anyone who dares challenge ideological orthodoxy on campus. This professor's crime, he had the gall to challenge a day of racial segregation. A day of absence is an evergreen tradition that stretches back to the 70s. Students and faculty of color organized a day in which they met off campus, a symbolic act based on the Douglas Turner Ward play in which all the black residents of a southern town failed to show up one morning. This year the script was flipped. White students, staff, and faculty will be invited to leave campus for the day's activities. And the decision was made after students of color voiced concern over feeling as if they are unwelcome on campus following the 2016 election. Mr. Weinstein thought this was wrong. The biology professor said as such in a letter. There's a huge difference between a group or coalition deciding to voluntarily absent themselves from a shared space in order to highlight their vital and underappreciated roles, and a group or coalition encouraging another group to go away. He just said it like it is, and he got attacked. Go figure. You, sir, don't have the right to be in here. You are whacked. You're very whacked. Vote for me forever. I don't have a gay cooking show. My show is a Thursday at 5 o'clock, and it's called Cooking in Dave's Kitchen. And it is really kind of interesting. People learn how to make a meal. Like last week, I made a meal for $4. Your Trump impersonation is fantastic. Reddit's starting to like my Trump impersonation. I didn't even know I had one. Tell Monkey Times he's on my mojo list for tonight. We'll send a mojo his way. No, I think Nazis can speak out. I think Trump's administration and all the Ashkenazis in it can speak out. They have full functionality. I mean, as long as Trump hasn't resigned, all the Ashkenazis can speak out in his administration. What happened to you? Photoshopping yourself as like the Terminator. Yeah, this is Mal TV. Pretending to be the Terminator. Yeah. He is not having a good day today. Yeah, cybernetic organism. Human flesh over metal exoskeleton. Yeah. Well, what's happening with you, man? Because we just had a question about felinology and nobody could answer it. They said, should you bathe a cat? And I said, no. Cats can bathe themselves. What's your take, Mr. Meow? Pop in on the bath with the cat. Oh, well, I expired food because I'm still living in Y2K land. I'm prepared all the way through Y2K, and I'm not going to let that food go to waste. I'm still trying to figure out what to do with a half can of refried beans from Y2K. I'm not sure if I should make bean burgers or not. What do I do with that? So. That was exciting. At least we found out why we don't need to have war. Because we don't need to keep fighting an imaginary terrorist strike that has no proof that it even happened. I believe humans are already living together without hate. The rich people want to keep driving a dissension and a wedge between people of all different layers in our society. Of course, you bathe a cat once a month in a tub, temperature room water, do not use soap. You got to be out of your mind. You want your cat to die? What kind of a meow PhD are you? Holy moly, you need to go back to square one, buddy. That'll weaken your cat's immune system. Where'd you learn that? Cats clean themselves. You should know that. Oh, sure, you went to vet school. Oh, yeah. Well, if you're going to lie about your 8 PhDs, you might as well lie about that too, right? Hold, please. Hey, what do you think of Kushner trying to get a hold of Kislyak's private communication system at the Russian embassy to make calls to Putin? Without even consulting Obama right before the inauguration. Isn't that something? Thank you for voting for me in 2040. I'll be looking better in 2040. I learned how to reverse my age. So I expect to look even better in 2040. And in the year 2525, I'll be your president. I don't really want to ask anybody anything. Why don't you go away? I know you're agreeing with me, and I'm thankful for that. Did I falsely mute you? I'm sorry. Let's get a little backbeat here. Let's check it out. Who do you think is more powerful, me or Meow TV? Me or... No, don't answer that. You know, he claims to be an expert into hand-to-paw combat. No, you did not mute me. Thank you. Okay. So, Dave, there's a place randomly in the world where they believe it's okay, legal, allowed to rape women. What would you do as American president to stop this? Well, we would definitely target anybody trying to rape women, like people engaged in Sharia law would not be, they'd be imprisoned if they forced their daughter to marry their rapist. You mean to say you're bathing your cat in natural bio fragrance? This is a scam to sell products, man. You actually don't even know that bathing your cat is a recipe for killing your cat. Let me ask you a question. How old is your oldest cat? I'm going to guess 10 or 11. Most of them just die from exposure. My cat is the cleanest pussy on earth. Don't ever say my cat is a stinky pussy. When I grab her, I'm grabbing her pussy. She is. She's a very clean cat. The anti-war rally started when we explained to you the reason they are lying through false flaggery was to start wars in Syria and to increase police states in countries like England and the Philippines and initiate martial law. I mean, that's all there is to it. Tell Mr. Duterte that I do not believe that his heroin addiction is permanent. He can seek help. Go to a methadone clinic. Cats are going to be dander factories if you take them and shower them in some artificial nutritive. Oh, I can't believe you would suggest bathing a cat once a month. You ought to be out of your mind, man. I am never going to comment about women lowering them to sex toys. Are you kidding me? I would never denigrate a woman. This chat is funny. I don't believe that, talking down to women like Trump does is appropriate. I would never do that. I always hold them in high esteem. Mr. Duterte is going to be ending up in a serious body bag if he keeps it up. You know that. Somebody's not going to like him who's in the drug world out there, and they're going to end up taking him out. You really think he can be the biggest asshole on earth and get away with it? Duterte is absolutely illegal. He should be tried at The Hague. When I become president, I will personally file a lawsuit against Duterte at The Hague, and we will process him for war crimes. I don't want to talk about Sarah 62, okay? Not an important issue here. She's got a chance to straighten her act out. Let's hope she does it. Please, you're really reaching for humor here. It's not funny. Oh, we've reached the end of our show. And here I wanted to stay and continually get harassed by trolls all night. I'm so sorry I can't continue this. Because I really enjoy it. Yeah. Well, good luck with everything, Samizdat. Now we know that you're working for Mark. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of my show. Dave's Beatbox. Y'all gonna play it some more here. Yeah. Get down on it. So, would you like a little kofifi tonight? There is no Sunday night show. I put you guys in massive, you get a come down effect because I want you to rest from the show. I don't want you to get so incredibly hung up on it. I want you to have a day off, a rest. Hey, we definitely are stopping war. So far, the war in Syria has never materialized, and I can owe it all to me. Sorry, 1518, I'll unmute you. Guest off? The guest off button, yeah. Yeah. Have a great weekend too, guest 678. Thanks for coming in. And by the way, this person who's trolling has about 800 accounts, all at his one computer. So we're going to let guest chat on in a little bit. In the meantime, we're hoping Donald Trump gets subpoenaed for the tax returns this week. That should be good. If it doesn't happen, then we know the Russians have already taken over our country. That's how serious this problem is. So it has migrated to the point of critical. And now we're going to try to sort it out starting on Monday with Conspiracy Monday, and we will figure out where we're at in the coming year. So I hope you are having a confifi night. Okay, getting ready to move into the next stage of our show, which is the video hour, all of which is pretty good. Yeah, it gets better actually as time goes on in the evening because we're allowed to play all kinds of new things. Otherwise, monetization occurs on YouTube when we record our show. Okay, now we are talking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he's going to talk about Donald Trump not signing the Paris Treaty. I'm glad Trump didn't sign the Paris Treaty, by the way. I've been against signing cap and trade agreements because they don't have any teeth in them. They don't have any real ways in which they're going to stop atmospheric testing, where they're going to stop the pollution control, other than cap and trade, which is proven to be unreliable and not even effective. Yeah, so we're going to listen to Arnold now talk about this.
One man cannot destroy our progress.
Apparently
one
he's
man
got
can't
something
stop
to
our
say.
clean energy revolution. And one man can't go back in time. Only I can do that. President Trump says he's pulling out of the Paris Climate Agreement. My message to you, Mr. President, is that
I think I'm going to go back to this in just a second. Hey, David, I'm here with my grandpa, and he says you're starting to make sense. Thank you. Thank your grandpa for coming in and hanging out with us. It's always nice to know that there are people other than Arnold who are against unnecessary climate change. Yeah. I don't understand what he's saying. Yeah, we're going to have to listen. Hold your pants. Hold on to your pants. Let's listen in.
as a public servant, and especially as a president, your first and most important responsibility is to protect the people. 200,000 people die every year in the US from air pollution, and half of our rivers and streams are too polluted for our health. We can't sit back and just do nothing while people are getting sick and dying, especially when you know there's another way. Mr. President, I know that it can be easier and more comfortable to look backwards. And to many people, the past we know is less scary than the future that we don't know. But some of us know what a clean energy future looks like. And it isn't scary. We have seen it in cities and states.
Hey, thank you. I'm glad that all of that was muted because I did not want to be talking. I was just doing a really bad impersonation of him. No big deal. I don't really know if I want to listen to this guy, but I'll play more of it.
It's all over the world. In fact, we know that the dirty energy future with asthma, emphysema, and cancer.
Just shut up. If you're not going to address chemtrails, just shut your mouth. You're a cybernetic organism. You don't know anything about humankind. Listen, I normally like Donald, but when he came out sucking off the New World Order tit, he just lost track of what he's doing. Yeah, what the hell did he just say? I can't listen to him. I refuse. We're done with him. I'm all for giving children money for the food program. I'm all for keeping the UN out of our country, but I'll tell you, this guy is basically completely unaware that There's chemtrails being dumped on your head every day. And he's not even mentioning that. If he's going to mention that, then I would have more respect for him, okay? Yeah. And give Maria a call. She wants to talk to you. All right. And the 1 and the 2 and the 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our regular show there. If you are in the belief there that we are going to watch the video tonight, that we are going to play the videos for you tonight. New York Times says business economy, high-end medical care. Okay, bingo. You're just taking up time on my server. Doctor is in, copay $40,000. What a joke. Yeah, that's not a good deal at all. Okay, you're going to sleep? You got to get to Tulsa tomorrow from Mississippi? Good luck. Bye. Stop trolling our show and be a nicer person. So we lost one of the linchpins of the New World Order, Brzezinski, and now you got Arnold Schwarzenegger talking about how important it is to sign deals with the devil. Look, there's no way the UN is going to be able to do anything, or any global climate treaty is going to solve anything without any teeth in it. And that document is toothless. That's why I'm glad that Donald Trump did not sign it. Yeah, seriously. I feel that way. It's just the way I feel. I've been the one against the climate treaties from the get-go, so in a way I'm glad I was able to influence Donald in making that decision. We need to innovate, not solicit to people create games and Ponzi schemes to manipulate currency. That's exactly what that is. I have to agree with Trump on this one because I'm the guy who came up with the idea that Trump copied. You got to understand, Trump copied over 10 of my ideas to win the election. That alone is kind of suspicious. But the fact that he does make decisions that I would have done is good. You know, it's a good start in the right direction. All right. Okay, here we go with the regular video show starting up. Thanks for coming in and talking and chatting, and continue chatting all the way into the evening. We open up more chat options. Guest chat will be returning in a little bit. Thank you. We're going to start a little bit back from today's, just to kind of back up to the Kathy Griffin thing. Okay, everybody, good night. Take it easy. I'll see you on Monday.
And they tell the trannies how the trannies go, rip me off. Get into it. Jump up and down.